Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C. pattern of conduct, the ongoing real-time documentation of what is the criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is the pattern of conduct underway by a public entity, that is the state of California, that is engaging in federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California. So this is group conduct. And this is the practicing of what are the criminal elements of monitoring amongst what is the demon possessed. And so this is what is documentation of terrorism as it is underway by a public entity in concert with the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government as this criminal system is in ceaseless operation. And as the state engages in this demented group conduct, this is revealing how the public entity, that is the state of California, that is in the United States of America, how terrorism of an American citizen plays out, what that looks like, how that is facilitated amongst a people, amongst a government, how it is public corruption in plain sight, and not only that, how you formulate policy and how you prosecute that which is demonic conduct, it's demonic activity, but that which is in no way impervious to prosecution in federal court, and being subject to ratification into federal policy. This is the P.O.C. That is documentation of the state playing a tape of the sound of a train, as though the sound is getting faint while the train maintains motion on the train tracks, and the state is repeating the sound of train while it is monitoring on the venue of the internet, engaging in obstruction of justice, engaging in interruption of internet access, monitoring, trying to stop me from publishing my documentation of the stalker that the state is. Union Pacific monitoring at Ontario Museum of History and Arts, and doing so in concert and on behalf of the people of the state who are monitoring, maintaining presence on the traffic cameras at Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. It's 2:57 a.m. It is Sunday, October 10, 2021, and I have published video of the state engaging in ongoing terrorism while federal stalking is underway by the public entity, and acting in concert with the people of the state. And as I go to publish that, I'm documenting the psychopath, and then the psychopath engages in federal stalking, seeking to obstruct publishing. All right, this is the impermissible threat by that psychopath. That is the public entity. That is the demonic entity that's engaging in monitoring. And Union Pacific engaging in ongoing, incessant terrorism with that state at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. This is P.O.C. That is a sound that the state was just repeating. First of all, it's not an actual train. I want to be clear, the state is playing the tape. And I say a tape because I'm describing what the state is literally doing. It's just filling the atmosphere with the sound of a train. It is artificial. And then it is amplified in volume. Okay, and the reason why it's Union Pacific, because Amtrak does not actually run as frequently as is necessary while federal stalking is underway. That's called amplification. And the state starts sounding this train noise as I plug up my phone. All right, this is demonic activity, and this is a Union Pacific engaging in demonic activity. All right, this is engaging in that terrorism through commercial means, which is what Union Pacific represents. And the state is sounding it repeatedly. This is that same exaggeration. You have what is an incessant sounding of this noise of a train, which the state is also suggesting is occurring inside of the homes up at Fern and G Street. All right, it's implausible, and this is nothing but audible activity, and it's demonic activity, as Union Pacific is the guise under which the state is making incessant noise and amplifying it. And it is also artificial. It's not the actual sound of the train. I want to be clear on that. It sounds like an organ like the instrument, or like an organ, and the state begins sounding it immediately based on what I'm doing when I'm doing it. All right, and then you'll have some demon-possessed conductor that will ride past on the train tracks, and that's supposed to accompany what is the noise of the train. All right, this is literally stalking literally using a train, just like the state is literally stalking using airplanes, literally stalking using helicopters. Okay, this is what the entity is doing, and I want to be clear, that's artificial noise of a train that is used to stalk with no activity pursuant to what I am doing. That's how it's artificial. All right, you have it coincidentally occurring as I move. That's artificial activity, and then the state amplifies it, and then you have what is stalking on the train tracks. A train then follows. But again, I've also documented the state engages in what is artificial activity where there isn't even a train on the tracks. Okay, so it is P.O.C. It's 3:11 a.m. And this is Union Pacific. Again, because Amtrak, which is not actually useful with regard to the frequency with which stalking is necessary in order to engage in monitoring. This is why Union Pacific is using the Amtrak train tracks. Okay, that's what you'll need in order to stalk with activity and engage in this demonic conduct. It's I am the leader. The entity is following me. It's 3:11 a.m. That's P.O.C. All right, I did capture 9:15 a.m. a video of an image of that. Like I've already stated, is already fully established, but I'm drawing an ongoing comparison in contrast for those who learn visually. And that's the substance of my video documentation. It's for you to witness with your own eyes, as opposed to someone reciting what's happening and you having to take your word, which understandably is, I don't think that it's insufficient, but it's this pattern of conduct by the demon possessed is designed to be unbelievable, disbelieved, right? It is unfathomable, the level of stalking and harassment and terrorism that the government is engaging in, and it is demented. It's demonic at its core, and so I already understood at the outset that it needs to be that which is described visually for the world to witness as you prosecute a government for engaging in this sick sort of conduct. So I documented the fake sun that's remaining over the museum, and that's in direct conflict as I leave the museum, and I document Coach U.S.A. while the state leaves what is the same position that I captured it right now at 9:15. 8:20 a.m. I left that position, and this is why the state's fake sun is captured, moving east as I move east, and Coach USA is monitoring under the fake sun that's moving in real time to be over what is S.I.I.S Arena, while the state makes a U-turn to maintain relevant positioning and audible activity. And let me get these demons: 8CRJ186, 8HJB664, 8UFN517, 7MPA135. And you have what is the state's fake sun, which, by the way, goes east toward what is S.I.I.S Arena, B&G Plaza, that direction, and then back up west as I go toward Ontario Town Square, and then north as I go and sit at the bus stop of Omnitrans, where the state's fake sun sits there, aims directed light under the bus stop. I want to be clear, going toward the city of Upland, it's already documented there, 8NWL922553VG, handicap, touching with directed light. They're all sex offenders, 00798M2. That's terrorism by sex offenders who are monitoring and stalking with the state. All right, that's 7YJK465. So you're going to recall there's so much that I'm revealing what you're looking at that's providing for comprehensive analysis, because you are also looking at what's the direction I'm facing. It is in every way viewed as impossible to be the sun. I have already established this is not a mystery, like I said, that this is not the sun. That's not a reasonable question. It's not a... California does not have its own sun. This is not nature. I'm showing what is stalking with light, understanding demonic activity. 7SVT762, showing the demonic condition of every single last one as they engage in a criminal monitoring system. 2285F3, I believe, substantially similar. It's a red Ram truck, Dodge Ram, that's going east on Holt Boulevard. And you have what is... the documentation that's showing that, and I want to be clear, yesterday I went nowhere toward the direction of Starbucks. I've already heavily documented Starbucks, okay? So this is nothing new, but I'm pointing that out. State's fake sun maintains a presence on this side of the street, on this, at this direction as I go east, away from Starbucks, far from Starbucks already at the museum, and I don't go west on Hope Boulevard, but remember the fake sun is nowhere near that vantage point as I go to Upland after the state's fake sun remains over me, in conflict with remaining over me in Upland at the same time, okay? And you have what is the documentation. As a big take a step back, you're looking at me documenting the state stalking and all of its hallmarks, the directed light, which is stalking with light, where I am going from Upland to Ontario back to Upland, and I'm actually combining this documentation, as you're seeing the big picture, as I was documenting the city of Ontario, which is documentation of the state, by the way. As I'm documenting the city of Ontario, as I'm going from venue to venue, and I'm showing this is not the sun. How could this be the sun? Look at this. That's not sunlight. All right. My documentation, I have hereby combined what is going from this venue, if you will, Ontario, to the venue of Upland, if you will. And you're showing what is stalking with light from venue to venue, if you look at it big picture. OK, and you want to understand the fact that as I'm doing this, I'm going from Ontario to Upland. The documentation that I have already gathered about those separate venues, if you will, it is about the single entity engaging in that single pattern of conduct together. All right. First of all. And second of all, you are looking at what is the ongoing engagement in what is identical behavioral patterns. These are demons monitoring together. It does not matter what zip code that you're in. It doesn't matter the particular address. The pattern of conduct is underway. This is why I can walk anywhere and go into a quote unquote random parking lot and my shadow is surrounding me. All right. This is why the state is stalking by aircraft everywhere I go, even in a quote unquote random parking lot on a random street. All right. There's nothing random about it. This is the maintenance of what is a fishbowl by a government that is practicing demonic activity with the people of the state. These are, in other words, the demon possessed, including Ontario PD Vehicle 1014. They're pathetic. It is 9:24 a.m. and they're on traffic cameras with the rest of the people engaging in federal stalking. These are demons that are patrolling on traffic. You're witnessing federal stalking because that's where I'm standing right now. That's where I've been at the museum. This is where the fake sun is as well. This is where directed light is patrolling. So this is speaking to massive surveillance of the entity that's monitoring. All right. This is informing as well. All right. You are looking at what they're doing, which is absolutely abnormal. This is not ordinary traffic. I've already shown you the environment they're in, the demonic behavioral pattern that they are practicing as they are present under what is not the sun and in directed light. OK, the intentional activity creation of the demon possessed who are monitoring one. And demons that lack any sense of normalcy whatsoever. These are psychopaths. And they are stalking while they are in traffic. And you can clearly engage in that seamlessly, especially while you are in that environment. And it doesn't matter whether you're abiding by a published bus schedule like Omnitrans, who just crossed path under the fake sun, bus number 1329. All right, monitoring with the same Ontario Police Department that's crossing path at the same intersection under the same fake sun. All right, so anyway, it is currently 9:25 a.m. and state's fake sun going in clearly opposite direction. And this is what I'm stating. Opposite because opposite because it's following me. All right, the state is stalking with a light source. It's an absolutely demented 6 NPL 804. And you have what is the placement of what is directed light filling the venue of the Upland Public Library, while the state has already been documented remaining in the city of Ontario over me at all of the plethora of venues where I've shown that. And then you are looking at what the state is doing inside of that venue. And that's why I draw the contrast, because you need to understand, because you're going to prosecute the psychopath. As I'm capturing their license plates, as I'm capturing their images and what they're doing, those are psychopaths posing an impermissible threat. They do not have a leg to stand on. They do not have an argument. They do not have a legally sufficient argument, a legally relevant argument. But you're going to document and you're going to prosecute for that, because the environment and the conduct speaks to the psychopath. 6AAA 625, 3GEA 735, 6GTU 738, 7DOL 156, 8PHH 656, 6TXT 607, 7BKA 122. 6JML 965, 8VYA023, 7971TW2, 8TUA 362, 8TMJ014, because I didn't read these already, 8TFR 807. All of them under what is the fake sun that's remaining over me at the intersection of Holt and Euclid. And at this time, it is remaining over me as I'm at B&G Plaza, while directed light is on the asphalt, while the state is molesting my anatomy with directed light and the fake sun is over the logo of the Shiro's Liquor, all right? And then goes from what is Ontario Town Square while I'm facing east, standing at that Ontario Town Square townhome community. And then I am sitting at the bus stop, which is clearly distinct from what I'm capturing in that video. And the state's fake sun is right here over my head at the intersection versus being over cozy in between those two vacant buildings, aiming directed light underneath that bus stop in order to touch, all right? And while maintaining presence through Ontario Improvement Association, that was a demon maintaining noise. That's what that was in that environment, 62707D2. 036162, and the state is going to continue to engage in the direct provision of direct evidence against the people of the state who are the demon-possessed, stalking with this entity practicing the satanic targeting system, as the fake sun will yet again be traveling in a totally opposite direction that I would never be able to capture it in, not even in this direction whatsoever, while it's remaining over me at the bus stop, and then going north to remain in the window of Omnitrans as I go to Upland. Not only that, don't forget the fact that it followed me around the corner at Sultana, where Amazon Prime engaged in their outward demonstration of demon possession, flying an airplane in relevant position under a fake sun as I go around the corner. ELVLIADO. Zacatecas. I don't know, but if that's from Mexico, if that's where they're from, they're going back. They're monitoring, and they're under the fake sun. And the front license plate, 80843R2. That was the back license plate. That did not look like some sort of Mexican license plate. But anyway, I have a shadow in the shade as I'm walking beside what is RIA, located at 100 Euclid Avenue, opposite T-Mobile at 101 North Euclid Avenue. I've already showed you video of the state engaging in terrorism while these demons cross path and directed light running up to the top of this building, all over the sidewalk and the roads. That's where I'm standing right now. 6BQA428, 7XKJ438, 8TZR303. And you have what is the ongoing provision, and that's my point. As I captured that video at 9:15 a.m., moving from the museum and in a totally opposite direction than what I went yesterday. All right. So at the same time that the state molests with directed light, honking a horn, 7F87268. That's a combination of audible and light activity while they are group stalking in the path. These are demons that are maintaining presence all around, okay? And that's what that horn honking is about, as impossible light surfaces and the state is touching with it. Someone honks their horn, BM65K08. These demons are focused, and that's also what you know based on the environment. That's exactly what the state is doing while it's hovering over me in planes, and my shadow is surrounding the same psychopath, all right? License 55204C3, all right? These are very disturbed psychopaths who need to be restrained and revealed for the psychopaths and sex offenders and stalkers that they are, which is exactly what my documentation has already accomplished. But I'm providing a way to prosecute. And you can drag Satan in court. 6TQN307, 7G96037. Having the freedom to walk with Satan if you want, you can do that. Sure, you don't have a right to monitor and target someone and engage in what is terrorism while these packs of demons do so. You can prosecute, you can drag Satan in court, and that's exactly what I'm showing you how to do. 4HBN886, 8CKK099, 5PFP018, and the government surely has no business in that. None whatsoever. All right, so 5PFP018 engaging in terrorism, as they all are. Directed light just streaming all around their vehicles, lines of vehicles, and the fake sun remains over my head. License plate 7GWL623. Shadow of that little stupid car is moving around it. It is 9:31 a.m. License plate 7TLE328, touching. License 38165J3, 7YKT917, excuse me, and touching. 7XXD030, touching. It is 9:31 a.m. Just for example, let me give you an example real quick. 5ETH225, you have what is first of all, these long lines of directed light, golden rods. I showed you this in my playlist on YouTube, actually, all the different methods of touching, molesting with directed light, and that is also the direct evidence against the entire entity. And so when I say I've already proven this, I have, because where you have the randomness of any person that's driving by, and that which is impossible to exist naturally. It's not only the outward demonstration of demon possession, it is absolutely light that is being placed there. It's not naturally occurring. And this is what's happening in my video that I showed you. Car after car after car while I'm standing in the shade. Fake sun is above. That's not light that's going to occur. 5MTZ435. You're also witnessing what is molestation by an entity. 7WLN590 and 5S.I.I.S 713. 7KJP678, and you're also looking at what is the direct evidence of demonic activity by a government and the people. 8JVU966, while they engage in the elements of federal stalking, monitoring with communication devices. 6XHM243, that is already published. Okay, that is already published. So this is documentation showing the consistency, the continuity, like I've already stated, of what is an ongoing pattern of conduct. 8JUT812, what was also demonstrated, the pattern of conduct underway, as I've already established, while the entity engages in a pattern of kidnapping, while the entity engages in a pattern of sexual violation. You understand how that manifests itself while you're monitoring as demon possessed. 7NOE073. 7DHF163, 8PGX894, I believe. And so that is what, as I've already shown, the linkage between any of them. They're all under that environment, but not only that, I literally just put my camera on the ground, and you're looking this is what they're doing now. Lines of directed light just passing by one after another after another. And it's not one, actually. It was multiple bars of impossible light. This is what is termed directed light. It is speaking to the condition of every single last minion that is engaging in what is crossing path in that deliberately maintained environment around me. They are hence stalking, and they are stalking with the state and intentionally maintaining presence with that state in that environment. And I'm showing you what is directed light on the sidewalk, reaching up to the heights of the building. All right, while one after another, after another, after another, after another. Understand that is a molestation that is being repeated by the masses as they're monitoring you. And this is the nature of demons. This is what they do. All right. And this is, understand, conduct of demons who derive pleasure out of engaging in that which they think is harming you or hurting you or offending you. So understand, as I create a policy, as I documented it, these demon-possessed stalkers did it more and more and more. And this is understanding the violation of the demon-possessed and the government. 7KFZ927, that is the demonic character. 8TWU438, 5BRZ464, 8LBK972, 8YJZ342, 7215, 3D3, and it's 9:35 a.m. All right, I did capture videos showing what is the ongoing sexual molestation by entity, all right? By an entity engaging in federal stalking. And that conduct that you're witnessing is the elements of monitoring. It is the sexually violent engagement in those elements and terrorizing engagement. 6GWW331, 7AVH151. While the state goes out of its way to touch, molest, while it is engaging in that which is entirely abnormal, light activity, and having that same pattern, that tendency to molest, while that which is absolutely unnaturally occurring, which is this light. And this is a pattern, a heavily documented pattern. This is how an entity terrorizes. 8HRP249 and sexually violates. And so that's what I took a picture of, what I'm describing on my podcast. And the state's fake sun is directly above me, which is inexplicable light activity. First of all, because that's not the sun, but also because even if it were, this is what I'm saying, under any argument, even if that was the sun, which it's not, but even if the sun was positioned, in other words, over Holt Boulevard, which would be impossible because it's remaining over the vehicle that I'm in as I'm traveling throughout the city of Chino, for example. So how could it ever be remaining over Holt Boulevard, which it is necessarily remaining over Holt Boulevard if it's over this random storefront while the directed light is occurring. Directed light is distinct from the state's fake sun. The state treats the target individual, that's myself, the one who was not demon-possessed, the one who was revealing the condition of the government and the people of the state, is literally the center of the universe of these demons. You have the placement of a light source in the sky that is illustrating that. The placement of a light source in the sky at night, which is a fake moon, which was over the same museum that I captured at night last night, okay? That's a pattern. And that is being the center of the universe of these demons that are engaging in federal stalking as I'm documenting them. And you have also what is the directed light, which is distinct from. It is not in conformity with the placement of the state's fake sun. And I've already shown that. And you're also looking at that because driving east and west past is not in any way creating what is lines, horizontal bars of lines. And it's not just lines, it's also the shape of the car. This is just the state's directed light as it is made to hit surfaces. And then it's also manifesting itself visually on the asphalt, reaching to the depths of the side of the sidewalk and up to the top of the building that I'm standing by, where the fake sun is underneath it. Even as I'm describing it, you hear that is absolutely impossible. What is that? It's called directed light, and it's the mark of demon possession. It is the issue that the demon possessed have with violation of your person. All right, and that is to be that is another method of restraining what are demons who are to be prosecuted for the sex offenders that they are. Understand that they are engaged in egregious sexual violence while you're in the private space, knowing what you're doing in that private space, thinking that it would be maintained as a secret while they are sex offenders in that regard, based on their demonic condition. But they engage in affirmative conduct to sexually violate as they engage in federal stalking, engaging in their demented pacing around, the placement of their engineered light, the engagement in activity creation, which is exactly what it is. There is no form. A group stalker coming in to use the bathroom next to you is a group stalker that's creating activity in order to monitor you while your genitalia is exposed. It's sexually motivated and perverted, and they are focused on you while they are in that private space. There is no form. Bringing in a kid with you is no form. Using the bathroom is no form. 3, 2, 4. I can't really see that one. But there is no form. This is an ongoing system of stalking and surveillance, and it's operated by government, and all of them together are demon possessed. And that's what this directed light activity shows. This is what stalking with the light, stalking with a fake sun shows. This is what this pack conduct amongst the demon possessed shows. 8DHK 602, all of them are on cameras at Vine and Hull Boulevard. 4LBS 078 under the fake sun. That's audible activity under the fake sun, while directed light is streaming from their vehicles. There's nothing cool about a demon possessed stalker. On the cameras at Hull and Vine at 9:41 a.m. License 8NSY, I can't really see that one. 8GKR270, though it's crossing path at the same time. License 8URE212. All right, license. Paper plate BTOBP12. 6ZOU491. 8XMW791. 4VLT470, yeah. 3TCF427. 8LGB663. 7HMY773. Sitting at a red light is stalking with the state. The state controls the lights, first of all. And second of all, it's maintenance in relevant position. 8APD920. While the state is aiming directed light across the street, across the intersection, you're stalking in the path. This is how, first of all, law enforcement 5RNY306 fail at acting like they're focusing on something else. Oh, I'm sitting at a traffic light. No, you're stalking in the path, Satan. That's what they've been doing. I'm telling you, there's no form. None. And not only that, the state is controlling the traffic lights, and it is used even as a means to stalk with activity. So while they're all sitting around like it's unconnected, sitting at a red light, the state will immediately turn the light green with simultaneity to what I'm doing. All right. And what does that create? Light activity as they're taking their feet off of their brakes, allegedly. Right. That's what but it's based on what I'm doing. You'll have one that will not. Right. And what does that create? Supposedly disconnected conduct of honking a horn. It's all you. They are looking separately on the outside. You look like individuals. They are of one demonic mind. 8K18332. This is how they operate as well. 6LAW222. And she's in violation of the law. License plate 7UFP281 8MLY444 at Vine and Hope Boulevard. And traffic cameras are here. It's 9:43 a.m. 7ZGP957 8R3022D and 8HUE027 8KCU816 RVR2RIO 8DZS333 All right, so what I've shown you with regard to the magnification of light, for example, where the state creates magnified size of shadows. I've shown you this. This is what this is an ongoing presence of directed light, 8GAS 911. When I'm showing you videos and you're looking at what are demons that surround, you're going to look at what is the magnified size of their shadows while they're driving by. This is what you saw inside of the B&G Plaza yesterday morning, 8TYY044. All right, they're under the fake sun, first of all, which is direct evidence. You're also 8FGT960. You're also looking at what is the magnified size of the vehicles. This is what the state is doing with directed light. These are different methods of the same exact conduct. As you are creating a magnified size of a shadow, as you are crossing path, meaning moving underneath a light source, you are making light dynamic. You're creating light activity. 6CUB233. This is a focus. This is a ritualistic aspect of this demonic activity, light activity creation. All right, and stalking with light, okay? Mike's tires and wheels, the building lights turn on right now as I focus sight on it. And I want to be clear, it's daytime. It's 9:45 a.m. and they right now chose to turn on the lights on the top of their building. The phone number for that venue is 909-443-7232. Tires and wheels, lights turn on as I focus. That's the level of focus that these demons have on me, where I focus my vision as I move, even that which I move, which you could not audibly hear. All right. So, for example, like I've already stated, moving my pinky toe inside of my shoe, putting my hand in my pocket, moving my index finger, which you can't see. They are stalking with activity. That's how listening to your bodily functions. This is the demonic. All right. This is the reality of what they do. And they are stalking with audible activity. The demonic know what you're doing in a private space while your panties are down, while your genitalia is exposed. All right. That's the reality of demonic activity. I have documented affirmative conduct with regard to as they engage in the criminal elements monitoring, going out of their way to violate you inside of that private space while they're already engaging in corporate invasion of privacy by virtue of their demonic condition. All right, it's not a secret anymore because I'm exposing it. And then those demons can go even further with the government. It's facilitation of the government. That psychopath is flying in a circle over the building, aiming directed light all over inside of the building. All right, and keeping a fake sun over the building, a fake sun and or moon over the building. Okay, so you have what is a demonic conduct by the sexually perverted. They're predators. All right, engaging in this federal stalking on a obsessive basis. Okay, it's 9:46 a.m. and so, like I'm stating with regard to the directed light, this is what you are looking at with regard to and this is what the state is doing. Magnified size of a shadow. That's the same conduct. It's a different method. While the state is using what is golden colored light beside the vehicle, it's the same thing as having the shadow beside the vehicle. It's another method to have multiple shadows beside a vehicle. All right. These are different methods of the same exact light activity creation. It's demonic. All right. But you need to understand and understand what I am pointing out. These are methods of the same exact conduct, and they are all entirely unnatural. Magnification of light, which you are able to perceive through what is the ginormous size of whatever it is that is creating this shadow. All right, I've shown you this with my own shadow while I'm being molested with directed light. I'm 5'5", and my shadow at Upland City Hall, that was the latest example I gave you, and my shadow is reaching high. It's like at least, I would say like 5'11", if not 6 feet tall. It's tall. That's magnified light. And I have what is double shadows. All right, and then you have what is the fake sun that's directly over me while I stand at that Upland City Hall. That is not light that is coming from a sun, and that is not the sun. All right, license 61550X1. That's called audible activity. 7KZW466 is monitoring to that. License, I can't see that one. That license 6JQY372 715-7B3, substantially similar. 7755293. All right, and so as I've already shown you, as multiple shadows are that which are occurring everywhere, that's directed light. A fake sun that's following everywhere is directed light. You have what is the presence of that environment, and that is nothing but audible activity, and you are recognizing the demons that surround. All right, that's how they act intentionally. And they are on a microphone as well. 8PVU364. Everything about what I'm documenting and revealing as they engage in conduct in that environment is intentional. All right, and that is the Holt Boulevard Car Wash engaging in P.O.C. License plate 8USW047, sex offender. 8KLY192, sex offenders engaging in ongoing terrorism with the state. All right, a fan of directed light while 6ZFE944 crosses path. And what they think is cool, ain't nothing cool about it. Their car, 6LJP124. That's what's pathetic about California. They'll be on their Facebook and on their TikTok. Believe me, they won't be telling their secrets that they're demon possessed and that they're stalking American citizens. They won't be telling that part. They will not be telling that part. 6EHS 634. Omnitrans is crossing path and monitoring with what is 8 NMZ 166. And that's the reality of a psychopath. They are con men. They're con men. And they don't even like themselves. Understand, if you liked yourself, anything about yourself, there is nothing you could pay me to participate. I don't care how many people. Not only is it weird, but it's beyond weird. This is that which is with a government. So you don't have just like a group of people that just want to do something randomly. You're talking about a state system, and this has clearly been in operation for a very long time, waiting for the right person to sound the alarm, to blow the whistle. And to do it comprehensively, because it's not just that. You're talking about what is revealing demonic activities, revealing what is a psychopathic pattern by a government as it's practicing it. So anyway, it's 9:50 a.m. States Fake Sun. Let me show you this. All right, I did capture a video of group stalking where the fake sun is right over Emporia Place, located at 121 Vine, 7WKU427, in operation of a communication device, and doing so under the fake sun, and doing so in the video. So I just want to make sure that's who is in that video right there. But I'm documenting an entire entity, but he's still here, so I thought I would go ahead and tether that together. That's relevant for a timestamp. That's relevant for documentation as well. He's monitoring right here in the video with me while I'm capturing the fake sun over Emporia Place at 121 Vine Avenue. License plate 8TRB821 1708 6L2 8JSZ413 8RVS 586 8ETA 132 8APD 920. So what is the significance of what I'm documenting? Sitting at the stoplight is maintenance of presence, all right? So you have what is ongoing presence, and this is incessant. This is the same anywhere that I go. If I go to historic downtown Upland, they were maintaining presence, all right? That's what you are doing in that environment. That's what you're doing where the state's pattern of conduct is underway, and that's what they do in the bathroom. That's a sex offender and a predator. ATGJ313, you're going to bring that entire pattern of conduct, what I have revealed that the entity is doing, and you apply it inside of that private space, because that's what they're doing in the private space. That is a very violent and a very depraved predator, okay? License plate 7ZOZP 5LCP991, excuse me, 8VKT300. And then you have what is hostility as you document that sex offender, 6YVC821. All right, license 8AQG875, monitoring with minors, I believe, 15477E2 or 77F2. All right, and across the street from what is not a church, First Christian Church. It's just a word on a building. All right, the fake sun over your venue is direct evidence that is not a genuine church. That is a facilitating venue where I also have actually documented it, but I'm just letting you know this is a satanic system, and that is not a true church. And this is, like I said, an eye-opener in every regard with the state of California. 8VRW711. Directed light while this minion is sitting at the stoplight. It's called maintenance of presence while the elements are underway. License plate AY22G19. That's a paper plate. Third-party facilitating venue, Emporia Place. This is where they're coming from. I want to read their license plates. They may or may not actually live there. Understand, minions are going out of their way to maintain presence. Make a U-turn, make sure they cross paths, maintaining presence. They're group stalking together. No license plate on that Mitsubishi. License 8WZN676. No license plate on this Mustang. License plate. No license plate on this. I have to show this. This is hilarious. All right, I had to get video right now of some other acts of clear, pathetic conduct by the demon-possessed who are engaging in stalking somebody who's documenting it. And you have what is a line of demons in their cars, none of them with license plates on it. And the fake sun is directly over my head, and directed light is hitting, and understand they're in the shade. Being under the fake sun doesn't create that directed light that's sweeping across the surfaces. But being in the shade also certainly does not either. So I just want to document, that's what I captured on video. And they are lined up, none of them with license plates on them. None of them. The Mitsubishi, the Mustang, or the, I believe that was a Toyota. None of them had license plates on their car. 6JQE936. I find it pathetic. It's funny. 4LBS078. They're on camera at Holt and Vine Avenue, and they're under the fake sun. And I just had to show that. This is speaking to knowledge. It's the opposite of coincidence in that deliberately maintained environment. These are the same sex offenders. These are the same ones engaging in ongoing stalking while you're documenting them. This is a desperation as the demon-possessed show their level of obsession while they're engaging in this demonic system. All right, you're dealing with the demonic. They're psychopaths, okay? 7LSO490. This is a Texas plate. No, it's not. It's a New York plate. KNA4906. 30393B1, I believe. 8S44304. 8MVT702. 5CRL542. That's audible activity under the fake sun. 7ERG915. And directed light while that audible activity occurs. 8FIX926. 8NIC621. 8EQJ266. It's 9:57 a.m. at what is First California Funding at 525 Holt Boulevard. And Custom Plastics at 531 Holt Boulevard in Ontario. Fake sun over me as I'm crossing path with all the minions. 7SYR100, an operation of a communication device. Directed light and fake sun monitoring. License plate 6XOY825 and directed light touching. J894BO. It is the same sex offender, each one that I'm documenting. 7FKD290. 5WUL490. Crossing path under the shade. Crossing path while I'm under the shade, and they're driving under the shade. And what is the manifesting of directed light? This is the maintenance of light while they cross path. It's the outward demonstration of demon possession. Okay. License 5HMX 681 8AYG433. It is 9:58 a.m. Let me show you a group stalker maintaining presence on the sidewalk. Group stalking with another one sitting in their car. They're maintaining presence on the street. 8DAZ 466. 8KGJ269. DC 659. 4MSJ 431. They are monitoring, maintaining alignment with me while I am being molested repeatedly with directed light. They are stalking in the path. This is analogous to a group stalker that sits on the side of the street, on the same side of the street, and aims their headlights at me. Okay? The state is molesting repeatedly with directed light, and they're group stalking on the same side of the street in alignment. License plate 7B62896, I believe, substantially similar. I took pictures of that. That's license plate. Group stalking sitting in their car, loitering in relevant position under the fake sun. 4UDV471. They are one group monitoring together, and Ontario Village is monitoring. Omnitrans is monitoring. License plate, 7KYE423. 8UQD859. And they begin playing music. Directed light streaming across the front of what is LCD, located at 555-A Holt Boulevard. Omnitrans is monitoring, and I'm referencing the camera. Route 61, license plate 1545682, monitoring. directed light streaming across, and that's how 4UDV471 is monitoring while I'm being molested with light. Those are the ongoing elements that facilitates this group stalker's ability to monitor. All right, this is why you are stalking in the path. You're maintaining presence while they're patrolling in traffic, and I'm being molested with directed light. Group stalkers like this maintain presence in the path they're monitoring. 4UDV471. Okay, engaging in sexual violence with omnitrans while directed light from what is the passenger side while they're driving eastbound on Hope Boulevard, substantial directed light in the shade, all right, is molesting my body. That's the sex offender, the same one I already documented, both on and off of their venue. Molest right now with directed light. 4UDV471 is a molester as well, engaged in sexual violence monitoring. To that, it's 10 a.m. on the dot. All right, capturing the state's light source at 10 o'clock. 5VFV567 Southwest Airlines flying over at the same time I captured this video, speaking to what is the presence of the fake sun at 10 a.m. Over me at what is 555-A, Mark Furniture and Appliances, and LCD at 555-B. Not only is it fake sun, I also document what is harassment by entity by a group stalker with no license plate on their car, with directed light on the ground beside their vehicle in the shade under the fake sun. Okay, this is not concern about being in the road. They're present to cross path and monitor me. That's the reality of what's ongoing, and you're going to focus on the elements. Yelling is audible activity. Doing crossing paths with directed light on the road. This is a terrorizing threat while they're monitoring and crossing path under what I'm capturing, which is the fake sun at 10 o'clock in the morning while I am at this location, and group stalkers are maintaining presence, engaging in the ominous stalking conduct that the people engage in. This is how they engage in terrorism. All right, this is how Satan engages in maintaining presence while keeping his back to you, keeping his head down, not looking at you while they are stalking you. All right, and they are doing it corporately. All right, it is 10:03 a.m. and that's the video that I captured, and I'm showing you what is also the maintenance of the state's fake sun, and I'm showing you where Starbucks is at the opposite end of the street, at the opposite end of the block, San Antonio, where the state's going to then keep its fake sun. And by the way, it's already documented present there in the window while I'm there capturing it over the logo of the Starbucks. All right, and that's just Starbucks. Ontario Village I've documented. I've documented through and through. It is 10:03 a.m. and let me show you something else real quick. Hold on. I had to pause real quick and show you some directed light. And I'm showing you what are the psychopaths, and this is the conduct of Satan, and this is the entire absence of form for the whole system. 7GNW 488. While the people of the state engage in what is sexual violence, the directed light that I'm showing you that's stationary beside their vehicles is the light that the state is aiming across the sidewalk and across my person, and it is absolutely impossible light that is streaming, inexplicably streaming from what is hitting the car and backwards onto the sidewalk. And not only that, I have double shadows. While you are documenting what is the randomness of any place you're going, while what are the demon possessed are focusing on their communication devices, this is the center focus of this demonic activity. They are monitoring and they are stalking, and you have what is knowledge of your documenting that, and they are engaging in what is an obsessive and diligent ongoing act while the state is flying over in Southwest airline planes, while the state sounds sirens, while the state's fake sun is over my head, and while I'm showing what is directed light. Absolutely impossible. It's a demonic environment while the demon possessed are documented being engaged in federal stalking. That's literally federal stalking while you want to study your communication device. Documentation of federal stalking. License 8WVC265. Even though the demonic don't have to hold up their phone, but that's what they're doing. They're monitoring on camera. 8KAM759. 68QD728, 50133B3, 8MUM543, 8HSR524, 8WEK313. Ontario Village Shopping Center is monitoring. 6ZCY 6CZY079, 8GOC977. License plate. Demons patrolling on camera inside of the venue. 8UVRO27. Paper BC2. Hold on, that's a F-150, I'll get that one. 8XNR611. They're all on camera inside of the venue. So this is license plate. Let's see, BC2L02, I believe, substantially similar. It's a white F-150. License 8HSR524, 6YUCO24, 6CWL307. I think I already read that one. 8GOC977. 6CWL307, 8WNX237, 5UJA592, 7THV585, 6TSK149, 8WVC625, 7VJE484, 7CAB243, 8FVD163, 6RBZ961, 7RTJ015. They're all under directed light. These are demons that are maintaining presence. 7FIV597, digging in our backseat, stalking into somebody else. 7YEN328, 8HQS178. They're all in directed light under the fake sun, which is now over Ontario Village. 7VQF928, sitting in their car, group stalking, maintaining presence, just like those demon-possessed stalkers on the sidewalk in their car with directed light streaming inexplicably beside their cars while I have double shadows. 14391F2. You'd think she'd be focused on fixing her weave instead of stalking somebody. 7VQF928. AWLS514. That's what she needs to focus on. It's unfortunate. License plate NEVAHED. And I have what is... guess I didn't read this. I think I did though. 8UVR027. And directed light 5JBG184. So this directed light, as it hits surfaces, like I've shown you, and I showed you a really good picture of it in Fontana in the parking lot, and you're looking at what is the engineered light as it's hitting surfaces. This is not sunlight, and nor was that the sun that was over me. So while they are driving by, this engineered light is hitting the surfaces. This is the maintenance of light. This is the significance of this engineered light. It's demonic, and it is also that which is used to maintain light activity. And that's what is covering the vehicle while that group stalker across the street, across from this very shopping center where the fake sun is now over the shopping center and not over me at that storefront where he was stalking in the path, and doing so while studying his communication devices. All of these demons, as I'm reading their license plates, they're standing around, sitting in their cars, studying their phones. These are demons. And they are focused on their use of technology while they monitor. And this is the first thing that I observed about these weirdos as I started documenting them in 2018. 8SBG715. They would literally block my path while I'm walking through Walmart, for example, as I'm exiting, and they would stand in front of me doing the weirdest stuff, just like vigorously studying their phone and blocking my path. Okay? Like would stand in front of me, blocking me to not be able to walk. I'm just giving you an example of one that did this. And this is when I went to Lancaster. I went to a random city, okay, because I wanted to document 49198G2. Wanted to document further what it was that I was witnessing. All right, and you have what it was, the ongoing studying of their communication devices, maintaining presence around me, going out of their way to do stuff it looks unnatural and abnormal on its surface. And so you have what is then beginning to engage in what is fleeing as I started documenting their license plates, which they knew because they were trying to run away. All right. And I documented that. And this is on the freeway. This is like a total randomness where I was going to different places. So you know that I am writing down your license plate while I'm inside of my car on the freeway. As soon as I write it down, they start speeding off while they are engaging in following. All right, and they engage in that identical conduct while they are studying their communication devices. That all of them, they're just like seriously focused in on their phones. This is federal stalking amongst the demon possessed. This demonic activity is centered on their use of communication devices. This is not normal. California, I got my cell phone. Everybody's focused on Facebook. No, they're monitoring its demonic activity. Okay, and it's taking that outward form of California is, everybody has a cell phone, and what would be the ordinary presumption, right? That no, this is the system in operation, and this is demonic, and this is the ongoing conduct. What I just documented right now, they're all under the fake sun. Directed light is surrounding around. The directed light just followed from literally the museum. This is what I showed you in video. That's the randomness. The Ontario police are group stalking right now in the parking lot of Golden Bear Motel across the street. They're stalking in the path and have been while the state kept its fake sun and directed light all over me. That's the Ontario Police Department that are demon possessed and have an issue. They are focused on me. They're obsessed. While they've engaged in repeated patterns of kidnapping, they're group stalking at Golden Bear Motel right now. All right, stalking with light in a relevant position to the Stater Brothers Plaza where I'm at, monitoring with the employees of Stater Brothers who's crossing path into the fake sun right now, accessing license plate 8EEY240. Creating activity in doing so. All right, that is Stater Brothers monitoring with the Ontario Police. So it is 10:13 a.m. and as I'm documenting all of them, you have what is
focusing, all of them, just like I showed you on the video, the one sitting in his car, directed light streaming across. I got double shadows. Fake sun is over the storefront right where he's sitting, right over me. Southwest Airlines flying directly over the same location. And then you have what is the minion that's standing outside, leaning across the building. Same directed light is right there next to him. This is the same environment, okay? Both of them studying their phones. I walk across the street to what is the parking lot of Ontario Village Shopping Plaza. They are sitting around in their cars. This is maintenance of presence in the path where the fake sun is remaining over my head. Directed light is all around while they are engaging in what cockroach conduct, just like Stater Brothers is right now, and maintaining presence with directed light, and while they are all studying their phones, okay? I want to be clear, the weird conduct of the people of the state is terrorism. These are the demon-possessed who are engaged in federal stalking, doing so in concert with the police, for example, doing it in concert with the state. And this is terrorism while you're engaging in what is entirely demented group activity. That's terrorism. In that demonic environment, which is terrorizing. In concert with the government, which is terrorizing. All right. So I want to be clear. That's the evidence that I'm accumulating and publishing about the people of the state as they engage in ominous stalking conduct, as they engage in that which is direct evidence of what is terrorism. 7FJM 685 while the state flies over the parking lot of Stater Brothers. 8TLP 700, 5XCB 976, 7KVN 381, 5ZKW 739, 7XEL 136. Alrighty, that is what you're listening to, Stalking with Activity. As I go from my podcast to my video operation, Stalking with Audible Activity. That is license plate. All of these minions are walking around under a fake sun. This is the sickness. This is what I'm saying. Using the shopping cart is audible activity. That's a demon that works for Stater Brothers. It's 8APB472, 7LTB022, 7RQM024, 6WGT118, 6VPD792, 12942M1, 6BOL567, 6PZG628, 8EVV961, 8RZUs287, 6WLH318, 8RKZ505. All right, and what I captured on video, let me get this, 6T47099, Stalking with Light. What I captured on video is not only is the fake sun, of course, right? This is a staple. The fake sun is present. That's stalking with activity. I want you to see the consistency, or hear the consistency of the demonic activity and how they are focused on me as I bend down to pick up something off the ground, honking their horn. That's maintaining noise as they're maintaining presence while they are. That's called stalking with activity, with simultaneity to any new movement, anything I do. It's the same thing when I'm on the internet, on a communication device. So anyway, I captured in video what is the malicious conduct of the demon possessed, who are stalking and monitoring and outwardly seeking to look like they're doing something normal, unattached, that are disinterested. All right, and this is facilitation as you're looking at the demon-possessed employees of Stater Brothers, who are monitoring with the Ontario Police that were group stalking in the parking lot of Golden Bear at the intersection of San Antonio and Holt. And this is what is the employee gets out of the passenger side of the car. The fake sun is behind the vehicle. You're looking at shade, which the shade is being projected to the passenger side of the car. So this is shade. And what you're looking at is the creation of light activity. This is impossible light. Not only is this not the sun, remember, you're talking about this is not sunlight. That is streaming onto the ground as she opens and closes the door. That's creation of activity while she does so. And this is stalking in the path, using her form while I'm getting out. I'm going to go to work. And that's why I'm stopping in front of you, as opposed to what is the demonic behavioral pattern, stalking with activity, maintaining activity in the path, and doing so under the fake sun. And this is impossible light that you're seeing. This is the malicious conduct of the demon possessed, who are entirely focused on you and engage in the routine pattern of conduct, which is demonic, while outwardly seeking to appear as though it is separate and distinct and unattached to you, right? That this is the whole system. This is how the government is monitoring through the people of the state. The people of the state are a bunch of demons. They're a bunch of psychopaths. And this is the same with the government, but understand this is the face that the government is wearing. And I'm showing you what is the demon that is the absence of any form for the government that's monitoring, that is operating a demonic system, that is acting in concert with a bunch of demons engaging in satanic targeting conduct. And that's another example of the same. That is the Starbucks employee cheesing from ear to ear in directed light while she's serving coffee. All right, that is the minion taking a picture of her little underage minion under the fake sun. That's what that is, okay? Getting out of her car, and she's creating activity and intentionally doing so in relevant position at that venue while the state was flying over by Southwest Airlines over the parking lot. I'm sorry, Southwest Airlines was across the street, flying over by a commercial airline. I was focusing on the license plates while the state created that plane activity, okay? But this is the cooperative criminal and demonic conduct of the people of the state that are monitoring with the state every step that I go, okay? It is 10:19 a.m. That is P.O.C, and that is how the Ontario Police, for example, engaged in the same ongoing demonic stalking, and doing so while activity remains around me, okay? So they are acting cooperatively to maintain me, or to center me within ongoing activity. And Ontario Police engage in that very thing that I just documented, stalking around at the perimeter, sounding sirens, okay? The state will amplify it. They don't even necessarily have to be sounding sirens. The state engages in creating artificial noise. This is the stalker that creates noise in the bathroom while your panties are down. This is the reality of the system. But nonetheless, they are maintaining presence around the perimeter. The Ontario Police Department are always stalking. And I've already shown that, but I'm just letting you know. They are a part of the ongoing pattern of conduct. As I'm documenting 7B28408, understand Ontario PD are stalking in the path. It's the same demonic condition of that law enforcement agency. It's 10:20 a.m. and this is P.O.C. at Ontario Village Shopping Center at Pick It Up. I'm still gonna get your license plate at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, and this is the fake sun over the venue of Ontario Village and Stater Brothers. License, let me get this one, 5BIL240. 8 SSA 469 BS 84A02. It's 1021. 8 SZV 650. Five BEC 426. 6 GPF 672. Directed light. Let me show you. I'm just lighting that up. License plate. That's Amazon Prime flying over Ontario Village. Immediately following activity created by Union Pacific, which is amplified. Plane activity is amplified. Amazon Prime activity of a plane flying over, stalking, engaging in terrorism with 8 GRS 275. 6 WCC 829, 8 UBH 931, 6 BOL 567. And what I just showed is the presence of directed light, which you can clearly see as I have 3 shadows as I walk in between the 2 cars. This is the environment that these demons are walking around, maintaining presence while the state amplifies plane activity, state amplifies train activity. I want to get these license plate 12942M1, 80708A1, 8LHG813. 4XUT 780, 8ROD 477, 8PNE 601, 6D53707. Patrol, Safeguard Patrol on demand. That's not the license plate. I'll get to that in a second. 5GCK951. And Safeguard Patrol on demand is license plate 8KED587. Group stalking in the car. Amazon Prime flying over. Ontario Police, understand, he is monitoring with the police in relevant position in the same parking lot where you see this directed light I just showed you. Let me be clear, the directed light is always present. I have the knack, the ability to capture it for your eyes to see. But let me be clear, directed light is always present. There are ways in which you can capture it where you're looking at what is the presence of the multiple shadows. They're driving around in directed light. That's not the sun, and that's not sunlight that is covering the venue. All right? Directed light is always present. I have captured it in such a way where you can see it, where the state engages in hitting surfaces with its directed light, and you can see the impact, the creation of that activity while they are maintaining presence in this demented environment. You are stalking. Directed light is here. The fake sun is here. You're a stalker and you don't have any form. This is what they rely on. But for documentation and being able to establish that this is an unnatural environment, you're talking about a demon-possessed stalker who is indeed stalking you, but knows that you don't have any way to establish that. How are you going to establish that they're stalking with the government? Who says who? I'm here buying a donut. All right. This is the significance of the environment that the state is maintaining. This is the significance of that which is an unnatural environment. It is impossible to coexist. It is impossible to exist naturally. This is being placed around me. This is being maintained around me while the people of the state are maintaining presence with that entity that is entirely demonic in doing so. 78 UX 135. Entirely demented in doing so. 4XUT 780. BU51M80, 7WHN371, sitting in the parking lot in directed light, which is hitting the passenger side of his car while the fake sun is hitting the driver's side of his car, 03997D3, and stalking with light using his brake lights. You break down everything that they are doing, which is a means of facilitation while they're engaging in federal stalking, including doing so in a private space, including doing so while you are, for example, a security guard that bears any firearms. This is the significance of documenting the police engaging in federal stalking, which is demonic activity. You're going to prosecute for that. That's terrorism on a whole other level. You're talking about also doing so as you want to include children in the pattern of conduct, which is sexually violent and life-threatening activity, which you want to include minions in, underage minions, 6W70568. So everything about that pattern of conduct is relevant and how you're going to prosecute as to how they execute that pattern of conduct. Oh, engaging in harassment as well. That's another method of engaging in the P.O.C. It's 10:26 a.m. This is heavy documentation of Ontario Village Shopping Center. State's fake sun is over this venue. In direct conflict with remaining in the window of Omnitrans as I travel north to get to Upland, and I'm nowhere near this venue. Like I said, I already documented Ontario while I was in Upland. This is documentation of the city of Ontario. All right, it's documentation of the entire entity, but you're understanding the significance of what I'm documenting. But you have it over my head, over Ontario Village Shopping Center, literally remaining over me as I'm traveling what is west on Hope Boulevard in direct conflict with traveling north in any direction to Ontario, from Ontario to Upland, okay? Let alone remaining stationary over a particular address where I remain for the duration of the day, all of which is what I have already documented. It's 10:26 a.m. and that's P.O.C. And referencing security cameras, I'm on the security cameras in the parking lot of Ontario Village and inside of the third-party facilitating venue of Stater Brothers, and that is P.O.C. All right, stalking in the path, 5A82145, and the security patrol vehicle that I documented, indeed engaging in federal stalking on camera. They're maintaining presence in the path. Directed light is in the store as well, let me be clear. The grocery carts that you're hearing in the background, this is audible activity while directed light and the fake sun is over the venue, and while they're maintaining presence in the path. This is maintenance of audible activity. That's what that's called. That's what is it. In other words, that is what it's clinically referred to as the pattern of conduct is underway, and you are understanding how they are maintaining the elements. And these are demons that are doing so. 6XXL641, 8URT167, 7ACT183. In betwixt the cars where I've got 3 shadows on the ground, putting your groceries in your vehicle with your turn signal on, this demon-possessed stalker is loading groceries as her form while she's creating peculiarized light. Yeah, that's 6GPF672. It is 10:42 a.m. 7RCJ459, 8WES420, 8RFA594. 7ZUX047, 4SXH842, 7WAY, 724, 8DCF273, 6FQY338. My shadow is appearing in the shade. That is the presence of directed light, okay? 6RVT221, 6EWH6460, 78XC701. And let me put that more precisely. That is another indication of the presence of directed light. Directed light is omnipresent. All right? These are the ways you are identifying it. Your shadow in the shade, multiple shadows, magnified size of a shadow, 8KJZ162, Light that's appearing as though it's like lasers hitting off of surfaces. That's not sunlight, it's directed light. Okay? This is literally the direct evidence against the venues, these commercial venues. And I'm going to prosecute them and show them to be terrorists, contrary to what their commercials show. 7YRP 966. 7ZTU 226. That's audible activity while the demon-possessed stalkers are patrolling through the parking lot. Would you go? You are a stalker. I'm documenting you. Go. License 6GPF672 is the one loitering in relevant position. Okay. License plate 6ASX075 7BMC116. 3PFE293. Do you not see me? 3PFE293. I'm going to get, that's audible activity. That's harassment by entity. While I'm already walking. 8JGU106. And that is Jorge, who needs to be deported out of this country if he's not an American citizen. License plate 6ASX075 49498J2. This is Starbucks drive-thru while the state's flying over the Starbucks. Okay, so let me get this license plate. Being in relevant position under the state's fake sun and directed light while the state flies over the Starbucks drive-thru. License plate. Oh, no license plate. You think that that's a coincidence? It's not. That's concerted activity. The state flies over while a third party who's in front of me that doesn't have a license plate. Guess who else is monitoring with that demon-possessed stalker, acting with the entity? 8DID680. 7RQH989, and all of them engaging in what is that documented act of harassment by entity under the fake sun and in directed light, while these are a defeated bunch of demons who are just very, very hostile as they know that I'm documenting them, and they also know that they're going to be prosecuted. 36345V1. 8DID, oh, I read that one already. 5UCV829. F119XO. 7UPE033. That is Starbucks, understand? Engaging in that threatening speech under the fake sun and directed light. This is the entity that acts together. 8XET914. Everything about the environment that I'm documenting while walking down the street is inside of Starbucks. That's what you need to understand. 8TEJ318. 8YGA552. 6VRW203. 7ZUX047. Except for the fake sun. Okay? All right, engaging in the same conduct of creating what is a surface for directed light to hit in a relevant position to the Starbucks at 706 West Holt is another truck. Before it was Ryder, okay? It's not Ryder, it's a different truck. It says Trujillo on the trailer. I'm sorry, on the face of the truck, it's a dark green, looks like a black or dark olive green. And it says Trujillo, TRUJILLO. And this is a surface for what is directed light as the demons are crossing path on Holt Boulevard. The same directed light I show you on that's hitting the sidewalk and the buildings and molesting my person, they park a large truck, which is a surface for what is directed light. This is the ongoing maintenance of that demonic system while I'm sitting inside of the Starbucks. Understand that? Okay? Ryder was doing the same thing. You're doing the same conduct with a different face. And speaking of them, commercially speaking, Ryder is a face, if you will, with regard to using a commercial means to provide what is a surface, while demons maintain presence, systematically monitoring through traffic, and they're maintaining presence through the drive-thru. These are stalkers documenting themselves systematically at Starbucks. And like I said, the ongoing environment is inside of the Starbucks. And I'm not isolating Starbucks. Starbucks is nothing but a venue, a very well-known venue, okay? This is pivotal for what is understanding government's practicing of satanic activity. And it doesn't matter what your identity is, that satanic environment is maintained. Okay, maintained inside of Starbucks. Indeed, Starbucks is one of the most heavily documented venues, engaging in every hallmark of the pattern of conduct, okay? Including the ongoing facilitation of what is kidnapping with the state and harassment by entity, terrorizing, threatening conduct with that entity that's engaging in federal stalking, demonstrating hostility to documentation that they are monitoring as you accumulate it, while you are documenting also engaging what is sexual violence, all right? Everything but the fake sun is inside of Starbucks. The state's, everything indicating the presence of the fake sun, which is the directed light, okay? Multiple shadows, directed light, magnified light. That's the ongoing hallmark. 7NRF884. This is P.O.C. at what is Starbucks, and while they're patrolling in and out of the venue on surveillance cameras, underage minions engaging in the practicing of demonic activity. And that's P.O.C. It's 10:48 a.m. All right, 10:48 a.m. I went on ahead and captured video. And I'm showing you in the video that which I have already long established, and I continue to say that because that is the case. But I am drawing an ongoing picture showing the continuity of my documentation and actually showing what is its scientific value as well. When you're speaking to what is stalking with light and what is impossible to be the actual sun. All right. And again, as I've already stated 24 hours ago, while I am already documenting having gone nowhere in this direction, which is west on Hope Boulevard, and contrary to that, you have what is the state keeping its fake sun over my head as I travel west and remaining in step with me. I go the opposite direction, east to B&G Plaza. State moves its fake sun from the museum to Center Ice Arena to B&G Plaza, Andy's Burgers, Ontario Town Square Townhomes, and then to the bus stop, and then remains in the window of the bus as I get on the 87, turns around the corner to remain over me at Sultana and D Street, and then as I go back to 404 Euclid Avenue at that bus stop, the state's fake sun is over the bus stop at 10:30 in the morning. I get on the Omnitrans bus 83 route, and the state keeps its fake sun through the window of that venue, because that's what Omnitrans is. It's a facilitating venue where federal stalking is underway. That is literally interstate commerce. The use of interstate commerce where federal stalking is underway is the very evidence that I captured in that video. And so you have what is also, while I am traveling north, the state is keeping its fake sun in the window of that bus. All right. And then what you have is my capturing the video, and this is what I'm describing in the video, at Arrow Highway and Euclid Avenue. And I am already present at that venue. And so then you have what is the use of what is the... Hi. I cannot hear you.
Police did inform you, like about a couple of weeks ago, that you were banned from this location somewhere?
No, they did not.
Okay, well...
They did not say that.
Just call the cops and some kind of...
Why are you calling the cops?
Like I said, you already had a conversation with them.
Yeah, and it wasn't a ban. So you're changing the words. And I documented if you want me to run that tape back, because that's not what he said.
My store manager did inform all of us that you were, so...
Why? And that's not what she said. So why are you're talking about... Yeah, you don't have anything to say because there's nothing to say. You just changed the narrative. Jasmine? You don't have nothing to say, Jasmine? Okay. So anyway, that's them talking about they banned me from the store, and that's not what the conversation was. And I have already been here before. This is fear of documentation, as they know exactly what I'm documenting. That is not what the conversation was, though. And that's also not what the police officer said. But it is nonetheless criminal summoning, okay? But this is the disdain for presence in the venue while I'm documenting. And by the way, I am using my podcast sitting at the table. And in the same regard, I was documenting on that day as well. This is criminal summoning, period, by the way. But this is all animosity and hostility to documentation. And so far as that regard, as I capture the fake son of the venue, they come in and say, oh, no, we banned you from here and you can't come back at all, which is not the conversation. I just want to make sure I document that. So anyway, what I have is the state placing its fake son over Arrow Highway. That's what I'm capturing as I get off the Omnitrans bus and am nowhere near what is this venue of this westbound side of Hope Boulevard at San Antonio, okay? And so this is capturing that direct evidence of what is stalking with light. And this is also the hostility of the demon-possessed while you document them engaging in that criminal system. Criminal summoning is a pattern, and it's particularly instrumental with regard to the Starbucks engagement in the state's pattern of conduct. Utilizing what is the law enforcement agency, that is the Ontario Police Department, as they engage in the creation of false narratives while the pattern of conduct is underway, which is audible activity and directed light under the fake sun while they're in relevant position. All right, but I just want to be clear, it's 10:54 a.m. and what I documented, which is why I have also returned to this venue, because they were hostile to my presence, and this is what I documented while Jasmine identified herself as a supervisor. This is already published, and so I'm going to prosecute for that. They are liars. They were lying that day with regard to engaging in criminal summoning, but they're even lying now because they don't want me here while they are hostile and very fearful, that's the reality, of my documentation. Starbucks is a criminal, period. Starbucks is a sex offender. Starbucks is practicing satanic activity. This is terrorism. And engaging in that pattern of acting with law enforcement is terrorizing conduct as well while you're engaging in criminal activity. So I want to be clear, and this is already, you can hear it with your own eyes, hear it with your own ears, excuse me, while they called the police and Jasmine identified herself as a supervisor. Told me that they wanted me to leave, and I went to the library that day and I published that podcast. And this woman is coming here now and stating, that was audible activity of threatening to engage in criminal summoning, and upon what is a false claim that I was banned from the Starbucks, and that's not true. That's not the audible activity, in other words, that was documented, but that's not what was said. And they didn't even have grounds to do it. They wanted me to leave because they're saying, oh, people are complaining. And I'm like, who? and she doesn't want to say who. Then you have what are all the minions that have been documented that arrive and are maintaining presence in the parking lot under the fake sun that afternoon. All right, and then I went back to the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. But this was not conversation of banning me from this particular Starbucks. This was, they want you to leave today and you can try it on another day. This was the audible activity. They want to establish now that you were banned from coming back, period. And they want to do that, understand, because they are fearful and hostile to the documentation. I am in no way violating the law. And first of all, they are all using their communication devices and also engaging in that same situation whereby anyone can make up a narrative, oh, you're recording me. While this is also relevant to what is the pattern of conduct and why you're documenting the entity, you're talking about the literal, and this is what Upland Public Library did. They literally just came up with a story. Oh, you're disturbing the library, and we keep getting calls. Well, I'm sitting in the study room. Who is calling you about what? And I'm sitting in the study room and there is no noise. What are you talking about? And so you have what are third parties creating a narrative in and of just literally growing it up out of the ground, okay? While they are monitoring. This is fear by the demon possessed while they are monitoring. So I just want to document that. This is 1057 engaging in a disdain for explaining the illogical explanation that she gave for threatening the police, making up information that is not true that was already documented, and targeting me while I am sitting inside of the venue, okay, sitting at the table. And by the way, talking my podcast, not even engaging in what was their, oh, you're recording people. Okay, that was their claim before. While, first of all, the reality is they're monitoring and I'm documenting it, period. Okay, but I want to show you what is the tendency, the conduct of demons who are hostile to being documented. These are the same sex offenders that are engaging in that pattern of conduct in that private space. You're a sex offender, and that's a sex offender that's very, very mad that you're pointing it out and documenting them and telling them the truth about themselves, because that's what they're listening to that they don't want to hear. It's 10:58 a.m. and that is Starbucks engaging in harassment by entity, engaging in terrorism and acting in concert with law enforcement to engage in that targeting conduct upon my entering the venue and sitting down at the table. Okay, it's 10:58 a.m. and that's P.O.C.
No, it doesn't, because they're asking that you leave based on previous behavior. I guess they've asked you not to come back here before.
No, they didn't.
So will you please?
They sent another. Let's get the facts straight, because Arnold, what you're saying is not true. Okay, so that's an issue. You want to skate over that, but that's an issue.
Okay.
You are here. First of all, let's be clear. This is Jay Arnold that engaged in kidnapping at the museum on June 18, 2021. All right, and I want to be clear, the state's fake son is over this venue as well, and you are stating that they, based on past behavior, and it was based on false. They just made it up right now when I sat here. Did you see me sitting here at the table right now, Arnold, when you came up? What was I doing?
Yes.
What was I doing?
Sitting at the table.
Oh, okay, that's exactly what I was doing.
This is private property.
What you're stating, though, you're stating that I am engaging in some behavior that is that's not existing, and it's not on their cameras. That's what I'm saying. But that's not what they told me. They said they told you, Arnold, can you listen to me?
They're gonna place you under arrest.
I don't need you to threaten me.
I'm not threatening.
Listen.
I'm telling you.
You should listen, though. Okay. You should listen. No, because I'm not going to be, because you're wearing a law enforcement a uniform, I'm supposed to listen to when you're speaking lies? That's not true. They said that they banned me from this property, and that's not true either. And I documented, just like I'm documenting you now. That's not true.
How can I help you right now?
My question is, you're sitting here stating information that's not true as to why you want me to leave. Now, if Starbucks has an issue, they're scared of me being on the property because of the criminal conduct that they're engaging in, then they should say that. Instead of making up allegations and calling the police repeatedly while you two are engaging in that ongoing fabrication.
I'll tell them that.
I don't need you to pass messages. They're listening right now.
Okay.
But she comes and says...
if she comes over here and asks you to leave, will you leave?
She comes over here and already said that while I'm sitting here doing the exact same thing you saw me doing, looking down at my phone, not talking to anyone, and you're saying, and they stated you were banned from this property, and that's not true.
I've been here before when you're out in the parking lot bothering customers, okay?
How am I bothering customers? That's a very vague word. You're a law enforcement officer. You should be able to substantiate what you're making up, because this is audible activity.
I'm going to ask you, is there anything I can do to ask you to kindly leave the property? Because
I don't have a problem. I understand. This is called criminal summoning. This is the P.O.C., all right? You were under the fake sun at the museum, Arnold, on June 18th, and you're under the fake sun now. Coming with Starbucks, who is creating a fabrication for your presence while you engage in harassment, is no form. I'm going through what is the absence of any form that you have while you're engaging in harassment together, okay? Because that's the reality. You're making up information that's not even true. Making it up. Bothering people while you're documenting criminal activity, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
And Starbucks is scared of that. So you don't need to make up information because that's what you just did.
I did not.
Yes, you did. When were you here, Arnold? Did I talk to you? You see me bothering. What does bothering mean? What does that mean? Huh? You talking about when you were stalking at the Ontario Museum? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, and by the way, is that the sun that's over the parking lot right now while you're here? Based on some lies? Yeah, that's over.
It is daylight.
Yeah, I know that's daylight. That's not what I asked, Arnold. You're a cop, though, right? You don't have to have a college degree to do that, do you? Okay, yeah, I don't think so. It's 11:14 a.m. This is harassment by Ontario Police and bringing J. Arnold document badge number 19994. His audible activity 19964. Thank you. Arnold is present with the Starbucks employee, and yeah, that is 19964. I'm looking at it. J. Arnold. This is the same officer that was present on June 18, 2021 at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, and he is present to engage in what is harassment by entity and criminal summoning by the entity that's engaging in federal stalking together, okay? And this is upon what are false allegations, and so he made an admission. He's been here when I'm bothering people in the parking lot. Have not seen that, and he's standing in what is directed light. His shadow is magnified, and I'm referencing the surveillance cameras. All right, and this is upon Jasmine, who identified herself as a supervisor, which she is not. She's silent while the other employee is making up information that I have been banned from the Starbucks, which I was not. The other officer that I documented on my podcast and on video, and this is while they are engaging in the pattern of conduct, which was over the venue on that Sunday afternoon after 1 p.m. And it is the state's fake sun is over this venue now. This is what is the hostility by the demon possessed. That is the absence of coincidence, by the way. I want to be clear. Utilizing what is J. Arnold with a badge number 19964 bearing on his chest, license plate 1532798. Neither have any form. This is hostility by an entity that is engaging in federal stalking together, that are engaging in what is hostility to documentation of federal stalking and revealing what is terrorism. And this is the pattern of conduct. And this is the ongoing fabrication of what was a desire ultimately for me to stay off the property because I'm documenting the P.O.C. I want to be clear on that. So you have what is the absence of any form before as well, where they were claiming that while they are trying to break inside of the restroom, and that's what was occurring, what the supervisor, Jasmine, didn't want to address. And then she calls the police after I am telling her men are repeatedly trying to break inside of the restroom where it clearly says that it's occupied. This is monitoring inside of the private space. The pattern of conduct is underway. And then you have what is harassment building off of that. And getting me off the property because I'm documenting that, okay? And then you have what is removal for that day, which is P.O.C. I documented. I don't care. It's, I'm documenting, and I'm going to document that. And then you have what is the fake sun that's over that venue at 1 something in the afternoon, and I go to what is the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, and I do document that. This is criminal summoning, and this is audible activity, what I captured on my podcast, stating that I have been banned from the property, and I have not. That's not the audible activity, in other words, that was communicated. There was nothing of that. This was, oh, well, we just want her to leave, making up information about why they want me to leave. They're hostile because I'm documenting them engaging in the P.O.C., and they're doing so in direct light and under the fake sun. All right, it is currently 11:16 a.m., and that is P.O.C. All right, I did document what is the engagement in criminal summoning, and I'm documenting what is the use of the same police officer that engaged in criminal summoning on, I'm sorry, not criminal summoning, but kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice on June 18, 2021, where the state kept its fake sun over that museum and was flying over by helicopter, and Ontario police, who were already group stalking, already engaging in monitoring, just like they were now, and Starbucks engages in criminal summoning while they're hostile to being documented engaging in that criminal system, which is what criminal summoning is about. And this is harassment by entity. This is documentation of that, okay? You have what is the heavily documented venue of Starbucks engaging in obstruction of justice and terrorism with that entity. That is the Ontario Police Department, okay? So that's the significance of that. And I did document that. And engaging in criminal summoning through, for example, an officer that has already engaged in a documented act of kidnapping is also intentional. Okay, this is clear when you're doing this under that which is directed light and under that which is not the sun as well. But I want to document that, and that's, you heard them with your own ears on my podcast, and you have what is the That is nothing but an effort to keep me removed in order to stop me from documenting. You have what is tremendous fear of that documentation that I already gathered, and that remains a matter of record. It doesn't change. This is documentation of harassment upon documentation of the entity, okay? There is no form for that. You prosecute for that. And so that is going toward, not only is that the entity, that's going toward Starbucks, all right? The brand and the terrorism that brand engages in, and pursuant to the state's P.O.C, where they are seeking to avoid any other identification as the demon-possessed stalkers that they are. They're that venue filled with directed light, engaging in abhorrent terrorism inside of that venue, and also doing so by engaging in criminal summoning, okay? That's what criminal summoning is about. That's an act of terrorism as well. While you are providing, but understand there is no forum, but the idea is that you are providing forum for the stalking presence of law enforcement. That's the idea of it. Well, they're already monitoring together. Okay, Ontario police were monitoring under the fake sun. They were monitoring in relevant position while I'm walking down the street at Golden Bear Motel. They are monitoring on a constant basis and monitoring via the active criminal facilitation by Starbucks, okay? Engaging in criminal summoning. It is an act of fear by those who are very, very fearful of the documentation of what is their criminal activity. And that is the bottom line. And this is why they make up information, because they make it up in order, we're going to make this information up. You're creating a disturbance, and so we're going to call the police. We're going to call the police if you don't get out of the bathroom. I'm using the restroom. What is it that I'm doing using the restroom that is bothering you and that also necessitates calling the police? This is script, okay? That is the act of terrorism by the people as the pattern of conduct is underway, and then also as you document it. Understand they are very, very fearful of that. But like I said, with regard to the creation of policy, being fearful and continuing to engage in the P.O.C. are mutually exclusive. And you have what is engaging in more criminal activity while it is an act of fear. Because that's exactly what that is about. You're scared and you don't want me to document anymore in your venue, and then you engage in more criminal conduct because you're, at the end of the day, you're scared. But I want to be clear, 11:22 a.m. now, the state's fake sun is no longer over the Starbucks. The state's fake sun directly over that Ontario police officer, the same one that engaged in kidnapping on June 18th. Directed light is on the passenger side of his vehicle, while the fake sun, this is the state just placing light. This is what the state does. It just maintains light, just puts light anywhere. And so you're seeing what is the placement of light on the passenger side by the rear tire. I guess this is supposed to be some reflection of a window through the driver's side, through the passenger side of the car onto the ground, into the asphalt. Sort of trajectory of light is that. The state's fake sun is above the vehicle. He is crossing path, maintaining activity creation, engaging, in other words, in the demonic system, while engaging in pursuant to presence, which is criminal facilitation by Starbucks. While they are fearful of my presence because I'm documenting their criminal conduct, and they are identified as Starbucks. State's fake sun is no longer over that venue, and that's what I'm going to capture video of. You're going to prosecute for every word that came out of their mouth, which was not only was it a lie, it's audible activity that is serving monitoring me, okay? That was the creation of a narrative on the day where Ontario police were summoned on that day. And that was a desperate move to remove me because I'm documenting criminal activity, which you don't have any right to engage in that while you are the criminal, okay? This is the hypocrisy that I'm documenting. You're going to create policy for that, to address that, while psychopaths engage in this conduct for which there is no forum, all right? So you're capturing what are all of the methods of psychopaths, all right? License plate. Let me get this one. Monitoring with MZZHEMI, monitoring with Starbucks. You have what is the absence of the fake sun, movement from over the venue where Ontario police are present as well. This is a terrorizing threat while they are monitoring together, engaging in what is harassment by entity and criminal summoning because they are hostile to being documented. It is 11:24 a.m. And again, I've already documented how the state's fake sun remains over that venue. So literally while the minions, let me give some clarity. While the minions listen to me document and listen to the logical connections that I'm making. Okay, I've already documented the state's fake sun remaining at Starbucks, but yet you remember what I captured yesterday when I'm not even in this direction, west on Hope Boulevard, but yet you'll see whether it's the state's fake sun remain over the venue. Understand, they're listening to all that. They're monitoring that, and they are desperate to have me removed. I have already documented it. I've already documented the state keeping its fake sun over that parking lot, acting like the sun is setting over that parking lot, keeping directed light throughout that venue, multiple shadows, magnified shadows all around and on the walls outside of the bathroom, while they're also engaging in what is sexually violent harassment around the bathroom. All right, that's a sexually violent threat, just like sounding sirens while you're going into the restroom or inside of the restroom, or sounding plane activity, helicopter activity while you're inside of the restroom or going toward the restroom, aiming directed light. This is what they have all around the bathroom, while those minions were also trying to break into the bathroom, knowing that I'm in there. All right, and then engaging in criminal summoning as they do not address the fact that the patrons are trying to break into the bathroom. They're creating a whole other narrative. Oh, you're recording people. What does that have to do with me being in the bathroom right now? And they're trying to break in. She just skips right over that, identifies herself as a supervisor, and then calls the police immediately and ignores what were men breaking in, trying repeatedly. That was a pattern. This is what I documented word for word on my podcast that day. Ignores that and addresses, well, you're recording people. This is a red herring, excuse me. Comes out of the blue because she doesn't want to address how people are breaking inside, trying to break into the bathroom, and I documented it while I'm documenting the directed light. This is the psychopath that's preparing the coffee drink with a smile from ear to ear in directed light. This is the psychopath taking a picture of their daughter under the fake sun. And I'm capturing what is the psychopath that is engaging in sexual violence at Starbucks, and then they engage in criminal summoning. All right. And you have, as I returned today, oh no, you were banned. And that is not their audible activity. That's not true. They are engaging in I would say, trying to keep me from being able to return to document. That's what they're doing. Okay, well, we just don't want you here, and they don't even have an argument for justifying it, which you should. I mean, you're a company, excuse me, and you want to call the police on them, call the police on someone, and typically you would do that if they're presenting some sort of harm, some sort of threat. If they're stealing from you, all right? If they're engaging in some sort of sexual violence like they were, trying to break into the bathroom, I guess, but this is not what the case is. And so while I'm asking logical questions, okay, why are you even threatening to call the police? For what? While I'm sitting here? Oh, wait, and then before that, it was, they're trying to break into the bathroom. Why don't you do something about that? Disregards it. Oh, I'm getting complaints about you recording people. I'm going to call the police. That's what they did. And this is all under the pattern of conduct that is ceaselessly underway. The fake sun, directed light fills the venue. The same triple shadows that I have around me while I'm outside walking from Upland, Ontario, is inside of Starbucks. They are monitoring. These are the activities, these are the methods of psychopaths who are monitoring, and I'm capturing it on video. And they are very scared and hostile to it. So you summon the kidnapper and the sex offending stalker of the Ontario Police Department. You are looking at what is cooperative criminal activity. Starbucks literally monitoring with the police, engaging in criminal summoning. That's criminal facilitation. All right. The fake sun is over your venue. Directed light fills your venue. Directed light all around outside of your venue. The Ontario Police Department, he is walking in directed light. Okay, so this is P.O.C. through and through, and this is the conduct of the demon possessed. This is the psychopath. This is the impermissible threat while you are exposing what are psychopaths. This is the conduct of a psychopath, a very desperate and actually very scared psychopath. You can prosecute for that. All right, this is a psychopath that cannot stop itself from touching. It is an obsessive stalker. All right, and it is engaged in ongoing life-threatening monitoring conduct on a corporate basis. All right, and so engages in that which is intended to terrorize while you document and expose, and they're going to be prosecuted for that. This is ongoing documentation about Starbucks. All right, while the absence of the fake sun no longer over the building. I'm standing right here over the San Antonio side. I'm in the parking lot just on the opposite side. If I'm looking at the fake sun on the parking lot side, then I should see the fake sun while I'm facing that direction on the opposite side, right? And that's not the case. The fake sun is moving as I move in alignment with me, just like it was while they were engaging in criminal summoning and directed light is filling that venue. All right, it's 11:28 a.m. I'm going to get that on video right now. 8 ERC 226. And again, you have what is substantial, a substantial increase in the directed light. I'm showing you what is the directed light, which is molesting. While I'm sitting under the shade, you have what is an increase in that directed light, substantial, especially as I'm operating my communication device. So you have demons that surround an African-American male who comes by with a bike. He's crossing path. You have what is stalking with light, 7JBY518, using her hazards. You have what is the increase of substantial directed light across me while I'm standing in the shade at the corner of the entrance for the Ontario Village Shopping Center. Molesting is 7WCX606, and they're repeatedly engaging in that while I'm operating my phone. So I'm uploading the latest of the podcast that I just recorded right now after getting the video speaking to the ongoing documentation of Starbucks, regardless of their criminal act of trying to remove me from being able to be inside and documenting them any longer because they're fearful of that documentation that they're monitoring. 5ECK134, which is a criminal act. So you have what is, while I begin publishing, the increase of, so there's more. I showed you what is the directed light. The demons engage in more and more of it while I'm on the internet and uploading my podcast, and they're patrolling. That's what patrolling is while you're acting in that unnatural environment. 8W7274, I believe. 48287N2. License 8RVB283, and this is the same directed light that was beside Jay Arnold's vehicle on the passenger side where the rear tire is, where the fake sun is hitting. It's above the vehicle, and it is on the what would be the driver's side of the vehicle. So this is the same light that the state is molesting with while the people are patrolling into the Ontario Village Shopping Center on camera. Okay, it's 11:36 a.m. And I want to document that as well. Starbucks is monitoring and engaging in that ongoing sexual molestation directly across the street in relevant position. BU285 handicap, 7TKW718, 8TYW494, 8LTC622, 7HZY02929. Let me see, 29696V2. Golden Bear Towing, I believe. I can't really see that one. It's a tow truck. I want to say Golden Bear Towing, but I'm not sure. License plate 4ZYS459, 6NPA684, 8BVK553, 7ENY531, 6LTF296, 6ZW506, 5YF0014, 8AW413, 6UMX796, 8PLU504. And understand the Ontario Police Department are engaged in this ongoing sexual molestation as well. All right, they are present visibly pursuant to criminal summoning. They remain in relevant positions, stalking and monitoring while this environment is being maintained. That's the ongoing conduct of law enforcement where federal stalking is underway by the demon possessed. 7BGX839, 576. BT37D08, that's the paper plate. 8JKA353, license 7KHP335, 81512L2. License 8TGT697, 6YJE074. It's 11:38 a.m. That's audible activity and molestation. All right. License, and they are driving what is underneath the fake sun, but through shade. So this is substantial directed light, absolutely impossible. The practicing of demonic activity while they're sexually violating when in doing so. License plate 6NVE711, 7SVE169, and each of them are acting on behalf of the entity. Understand this group conduct. 5KKB165, 6THG710. License 6UKG952, 8GOA476, 8MDU459, 8PX5101, 6UIK471, 51393T1, 8HJX884, I believe. Can't really see that one that clearly. BK0FLE, 8HCK065. License 7NNV985, 8TAF262. Paper plate, I can't really see that one anyway. 8TQC 402, 8MFJ 899. Uh, 8EOH 706. And let me see, 68232V2 7KRX 529. 8SMB 701, 7MN 7JMN 073. It's 1139. 7WWV 306. 8NIR 019. 8TBF 875. 7WDW 890. I can't really see that one. 8AMK 615. 43319B2. G53A1. but I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. License 6N09486, 7KQB003, or 7KQ8003. Yeah, that's the same one. License, let's see, 8CKV297. All of the Starbucks drive-thru is engaging in ongoing monitoring. They're monitoring together. That's why you have the substantial light appearing in the shade, maintaining the elements, while demon-possessed stalkers are maintaining presence in their facilitating venues that are their homes. This right here at B Street, San Antonio, they're monitoring in their venues. That's what they are. They're monitoring at Starbucks and through the drive-thru, Ontario Village Shopping Center. Directed light across the wall of what is the Starbucks drive-thru. Absolutely impossible light activity. Like I've already shown you. Inside, it's also outside. 7GRW 936, 4VOF 303. Monitoring at Starbucks. 8CBF 209. Engaging in that same sexual violation by entity, okay? This is molestation by entity. 7ZXM 660. License 45696G3. 04 SILVR. 8SWP530, 6HDU066, 8VQB218, 6NIR147, 5YFD014. I think I read that one already. 7RGF446, yeah. 7LXW595, 7FAH 602. I can't see that one. 5ZEM 428. 8EJA 549. All right, license 90390X1. That's a commercial vehicle. 8XQY499, 61808T2. 11:42 a.m. 5JJD446. 5HZL925. Eight DMH 800, 7 VWT 838, 7 N14 973. All right, and let me be clear. Like I said, this is in no way removing Starbucks summoning the police's engagement in the P.O.C. They are not vowing out of the pattern of conduct. They're in relevant position right now and engaging in an ongoing molestation by entity while the fake sun is across the street. That's why it was over my head at that venue. 8FBK287 because they were monitoring, and they're monitoring now, and they were monitoring via terrorism with the Ontario Police Department. I'm still documenting Starbucks. License 8XDX 631, 7XPC 615, 5CUS 369, 6KWN 430, 6UKG 952, 6YJE 074, and 7GJP 408. This is a paper 72. Oh, I can't really see that one. This is paper BM77U42. Says California. Looks like a piece of paper. 8LHV128. Omnitrans is crossing path, and the state is sounding plane engines. License 6TUM978. 8DCJ682. It is currently 11:44 a.m. 5WHJ699. 8ULK354. License 7RNE969. 8XPX990. 55399C3. 5ZSV382. 8GLK957. Loitering in relevant position at the end of the Starbucks drive-thru. 5HGZ400. With a paper plate. It looks like BT. I can't really see the rest of that's a paper plate driven by a male with a cap on his head. He just exited the window from the Starbucks drive-thru. 7UJH516. 7CEG118. 7CO936, I believe, substantially similar. 5P46110. 6M11836. 7VPT586. 8XBG272. 4AST204, in case I didn't read that one. 32806V2. 8KWX814, 5TGL612, 8JPW751, 6WDE410, 6YCL535, 7ESB838, 8DIX636, 8ULU644. License 7VVF509. 3LAE480, I believe. 8YHH614. 8VSK050. 79670R2. 7HYB. I can't really see that one. License 81812J2. C6NIR147. Monitoring at Starbucks with a minor. 8EET336. 7UXV010. 02825U2. 7NVY532. 8WRS292. 8TBY570. 02478B1. 7SVE169. 8DMH888. 8NRG333. 7KKH379. 8XDT28. Hold on. 8XDT281. It is 11:47 a.m. All right, I did capture in video what you will see, which is molestation with directed light. That's a sexually violent act by a public entity engaging in what is demonic conduct of federal stalking. All right, engaging in the ongoing criminal elements and touching with its instrumentality of criminal conduct in concert on a massive scale in concert with the people of the state. And in relevant position, monitoring is ongoing. And so this is how, with regard to being across the street from Starbucks at 706 West Holt, where the fake sun is directly over me while I'm in that parking lot and remains over me as I cross the street, as opposed to staying over that parking lot. That lets you know what Starbucks was doing and lets you know what Starbucks is doing right now. 8JPW751 is also molesting, group stalking via the El Pollo Loco drive-thru. 7UJH516 is group stalking and molesting, group stalking via the El Pollo Loco drive-thru in relevant position. That's exactly what they're doing through the drive-thru at Starbucks. And I'm showing what is the absence of directed light after hundreds of vehicles cross path and that light is molesting, and then you'll see the same one engaging in the same conduct at the same location, all right? The absence of that light. This is intentionally placed light while they are intentionally maintaining presence. It's entirely demented and intended to touch. That's a sex offender, 6NIR147, 7XYE423. That's exactly what's ongoing while you're listening to me recite license plates for an excess of 20 minutes right now. Starbucks is engaging in that molestation, okay? And then you have what are demons that come around as I'm speaking to that contradiction, 8CDN608, and you're looking at what is the directed light, which they were engaging in molestation, and they're driving next to me under a tree. They're in the shade. While this light you are looking at, which is a substantial light, and this is that which they are molesting my person with, and doing so as they're driving in and out. It's both directions. It is both and this is how you know the demons are focused on me. That directed light is coming toward my direction. That directed light is impossible to occur, first of all. You don't even have the fake sun beaming light onto the vehicle while you're driving in the shade next to me, okay? That's the state aiming light, doing as they enter and exit, as they ingress and egress, right? And you have also what is engaging in this molestation with knowledge of my documentation. So you're providing evidence of your intentional sexual group touching. This is an orgy by demons who are touching intentionally while they are monitoring you, okay? And you are focused on me. That's why the directed light that's occurring while you're crossing path is aiming in my direction and touching on my body. Absolutely impossible light activity. Starbucks is directly engaging in that. They're monitoring with communication devices. That's why the fake sun was over me at that venue. That's why their venue is filled with directed light. They are sex offenders, and they are very fearful of the documentation that I have already accumulated on them. All right, engaging in criminal summoning because you're scared about that inevitable prosecution. You're adding to that prosecution, and that is no way to get out of the pattern of conduct. You should stop monitoring with the government. That's the answer. Not adding to more prosecution, because that's what they just did. 93280D3, and Starbucks is a sex offender engaging in ongoing terrorism. That's what I'm documenting. Starbucks is engaging in an ongoing continuous orgy while I'm being molested in relevant position to that venue that engaged in criminal summoning. All right, because they're mad because I'm documenting their criminal and sexually violent conduct. That's what the reality of that is. And that's how Satan conducts himself, by the way. 21893W2, 8TNG474, 6ESC 265. It's P.O.C. It's 11:54 a.m. and that was capturing the state's fake sun. And you're going to remember where I am in Upland right now. I'm in the Upland Public Library. The state is keeping that which is not the sun directly over the ceiling, directly over D Street. It's even present at 4:45 in the afternoon. That's why I captured that video, because I'm going to document Starbucks, which I already intended, and they engage in ongoing direct evidence against themselves while they get engaged in criminal summoning. I already documented Starbucks, all right? I already documented it. You already know that the state's fake sun is not just there, it stays. I already showed that, okay? So you have what is understanding the psychopath, engaging in criminal summoning. You don't have any form. And then you're going to summon the demon-possessed stalkers and kidnappers of the Ontario Police Department. You really ain't got no form. And the fake sun is over that Ontario Police Department officer who, by the way, engaged in kidnapping on June 18th, okay? You're talking about being surrounded. The entity is surrounded, and I'm going to surround them with the prosecution, okay? I'm going to prosecute every single last one of their mugs that are on camera inside of Starbucks. I'm going to prosecute them for engaging in what is attempted kidnapping and terrorism, sexual violence, harassment by entity. 7UJT260. All right, engaging in what is federal stalking and contribution to the delinquency of minors, albeit demon-possessed minors, but they're engaging in terrorism and doing so with that, with those underage, engaging in sexual violence, sexually violent conduct, while directed light is all around the bathroom, while they engage in harassing me, while they're engaging in sexually violating me at the same time. I'm going to prosecute Starbucks for all of the above, engaging in the provision of documentation through their surveillance cameras. This is an orgy that's occurring in relevant position to Starbucks, which they shall be prosecuted for. 8WEU506 is monitoring with Starbucks personnel, Starbucks customers who are surrounding that drive-thru, all of them on surveillance cameras. That's what they accomplished today. That's what Starbucks accomplished today. And it's not just this one. 506 North Euclid Avenue, engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct. This is fear by Satan as you document him. And you're going to prosecute that. Because you're fearful, you don't engage in more criminal activity. That's illogical, okay? That's going to add on to federal charges. It is currently, 11:56 a.m. That's P.O.C. That's all documentation of ongoing sexual molestation by entity. 6YFV842, which is not in any way removing Starbucks, who is engaging in that sexual molestation in relevant position. That is P.O.C. Alrighty, documenting 8VCW419. 8LMB413 8ROY. I can't really see that one. The rest of that one. 7. I can't see that one either. Hold on. 7NKF172. 8EEB857. 7K66731. And what I showed in video is the presence of the total movement. I mean, clear, distinct movement, unmistakable, where I go to the opposite side of the same street, 7FKD 280, so you can see 5XFL 543 what Starbucks is doing, and that is pursuant to what is criminal summoning while I'm documenting what Starbucks is doing, and I'm going to prosecute them for that. State's fake son is across the street, far from being over me at the parking lot of Starbucks, and then far from being over me over the tree that is outside of El Pollo Loco, where I clearly am documenting molestation by entity, while those demon-possessed stalkers are repeatedly crossing paths, hundreds of vehicles, meaning that is the people of the state hundreds of times molesting your person. This is the long-term documented conduct of the entity, and that is going toward what is the necessary policy, as I have documented at 8WQV682, 6VLC320. It's an intentional touching, repeatedly so, which is also serving to the detriment of the target individual, subject to the life-threatening criminal conduct of monitoring with communication devices in concert with the state. That represents law enforcement, who today were present pursuant to federal stalking under that which is not the sun, which I am also documenting as well, in addition to Starbucks. But you have to also have what is that sexual violence that entire entity is engaging in. And this is routine amongst demons, okay? These are demons that are patrolling under that which is an unnatural environment. It's a demonic environment, while they're also touching with their creepy methods of federal stalking activity, okay? That's sexual violence. That is a demented, a depraved, a disturbed people that are engaging in a ginormous orgy on your body, which you did not give any of them consent to do, let alone the fact that they're stalking. Okay, so that's what I documented. And when I moved to the opposite side of the street, fake son nowhere in that position where I clearly captured it, and I did that on purpose. So I go to the opposite side of San Antonio, and you're looking at the fake son directly over my head, where I'm at what is the Toms, and I'm on the opposite side of the street. The Starbucks remains a relevant position, and it is showing what Starbucks is engaging in. Because while I'm on the property of Starbucks, fake son is directly over me. Fake son is aiming directly inside of the window as I capture video through the window of that venue. Directed light fills that venue. It's direct evidence against Starbucks. I don't have to be inside of the walls of that venue where they're engaging in satanic conduct and terrorism, because they're hostile, because I'm revealing that they are the demon possessed. They just work at Starbucks, okay? The demon possessed, those are psychopaths, hostile, exceedingly furious about my revealing their criminal activity. And I'm going to continue to reveal it, and I'm going to prosecute them for it. In addition to that, I'm going to prosecute Starbucks, and I'm going to prosecute those actors within Starbucks for their criminal activity. The fake son moving from across that street, that is speaking to the sexual violence that I'm subject to. It's not the sun, that's not sunlight. Intentionally touching repeatedly while these sex offenders cross paths, all right? While they're monitoring with communication devices, driving on the roads and the highways, engaging in that criminal activity, and doing so while they are also engaging in sexual violence on the run. They're monitoring on the run, engaging in sexual violence on the run on behalf of Ontario Police Department, who are stalkers, always monitoring to that ongoing conduct, all right? They're stalkers that remain in the perimeter, stalkers that sound their sirens at the drop of a dime, sirens that cross paths with them visibly with the communication of a terrorizing threat, stalkers that arrive pursuant to criminal summoning while they're always stalking around in the background, okay? That is literally the psychopath that I'm going to prosecute. This is demonic activity, though. This is understanding the nature of the psychopath that I'm revealing, that the government is, and that the public entity, the people of the state are, okay? And understand the people of the state are Starbucks. The people of the state, the same demon-possessed entity working at Starbucks, at that facilitating venue, all right? So that is clear documentation in direct opposition of the fake son remaining over D Street at the Upland Public Library until after 4:45 p.m. Indeed, until after 6 p.m. Because what did I capture in video? The state's fake son at, I believe, 6:08 p.m. And you're looking at directed light on that same D Street. And what is the state's fake son an hour and 15 minutes after remaining visible over the window of D Street all day long? Okay, but at 6:06 p.m. you're still capturing that. That is impossible to coexist with what I'm capturing right now, where the state's fake son is over this supposed to be in Upland, California, over specifically the Upland Public Library, which in and of itself is ridiculous, but you're going to document it, and I'm a prosecutor for it. So while you're clearly engaging in federal stalking, because that's not the sun that's over Starbucks at 706 West Holt or across the street at Tom's Burger from 706 West Holt, or on the opposite side of the street across from 706 West Holt, where directed light is still touching on the outside of the building and is inside the building of 706 West Holt. All right. While I'm here and you're engaging in criminal summoning, I'm going to prosecute you for that. That's the pattern of conduct. All right. So I just want to be clear. This was even more intense documentation rather than those demons just hushing up and taking that documentation that they're going to get regardless. All right. I'm going to prosecute them. This is another act of criminal summoning by that actor, the specific actor identified as Starbucks, but they represent the entity. That's the people of the state. And this is the demonic behavioral pattern to engage in terrorism while you're documenting demons engaging in stalking and monitoring you. OK, it is 12:18 p.m. and that's what I captured on video. You want to take a good look at that and then remind yourself about what I just captured 24 hours ago and where I am and what the state is doing with this fake sun, which you clearly see over my head. And then you see it remaining over my head while I move inside of that building. And you see it remaining over D Street over my head while I'm aiming my camera facing D Street, which is facing south. I'm at San Antonio and Holt in Ontario. And while I am facing what is south on San Antonio, the state's fake sun over Tom's. All right. While I am on San Antonio at the entrance, the ingress and egress of the Ontario Village Shopping Center, and I'm showing you what is the fake sun while I'm facing east. All right. This is P.O.C. 12:19 p.m. and this is the prosecution of Starbucks. All right. 12:29 p.m. I did capture a very vivid image for your eyes to see while I'm 24 hours ago at the same time stationary inside of the library, where the state's fake sun is stationary over that building and remaining, remember, after 4:45 p.m. where I've already captured it. It's also supposedly over Fontana Lewis Library at that time, right? But I'm just showing you, let's just go by 24 hours. It's remaining over D Street, stationary, but at the same time it's moving east, remaining in my window. It's necessarily moving in order to remain in the window. Over me, okay, the opposite of coincidence, while I'm in the city of Ontario, traveling east on Holt Boulevard, okay, and that's P.O.C. That was also video that I captured of Southwest Airlines engaging in terrorism, flying over my head, providing audible activity while I'm molested with directed light, and coincidentally, all right, I'm being sarcastic, there is no coincidence, Omnitrans is monitoring to that activity as it is arriving at the bus stop. Let me be clear, this is monitoring by Omnitrans. It is also the communication of hostility by the actor that is hostile to my documentation, okay? This is how demons conduct themselves, so I want to provide context to what is harassment by the entity while I'm subject to monitoring. It's 12:30 p.m. and that is the state's fake sun, which is in motion through the window and nowhere near being over D Street and Upland, over the ceiling of the Upland Public Library. All right, blatant activity, blatant stalking activity, and not only that, the Starbucks that I just left that engage in criminal summoning. While I'm documenting Upland inside of that library, my documentation coexists with presence at the Starbucks, which is impossible to coexist. But that's what the state did. It placed its fake sun over that Starbucks and kept it there for the duration of the day, aiming directed light, just like it's aiming directed light inside of the Upland Public Library. All right, and I just captured what is also passing over the same Ontario health clinics, where in the morning it's traveling north through the window while I'm traveling up to the library, to Foothill, to Upland. But yet it's down here at Holt, crossing over the same location, going in the opposite direction that it went this morning while it remained over my head as I traveled west on Holt. But again, it's already up at Upland where I'm documenting there when I go there. All right, this is impossible to coexist. That's what I mean by stalking with light. That is the P.O.C. It's 12:31 p.m. on third-party facilitating venue Omnitrans at Campus and Holt Boulevard, passing the Donut Palace, passing the Cardenas. That's P.O.C. 8VKE284. Ongoing molestation with directed light, as the fake sun is again through the passenger side of the bus. So let me show you the sexual violence they go out of their way to engage in, and this is the entirety of the entity. And you have what is group stalkers that pass by the driver's side of the bus and directed light shooting horizontally through the window. That's the state that's aiming directed light across my anatomy, across my body, at the same time that group stalkers are crossing paths. Okay, same thing they're doing while I'm standing outside. They're doing it while I'm on the bus. All right. That's molestation by entity on third-party facilitating venue Omnitrans. It is bus number 1332, and it's 12:33 p.m. That's the ongoing pattern of conduct on yet another venue, okay? P.O.C. Let's see. 8TRV 564, 7ZEU 204. image taken at 12:38 p.m. shows the state's light source in perfect alignment with me through the window on the bus while at Vineyard and Holt Boulevard, turning to the Ontario Airport at Terminal Avenue, approaching Terminal Way off of what is, I think this is Airport Drive, and the fake sun is in the window at Ontario Airport. This is monitoring, okay? And at the same time, it is stationary over the Upland Public Library, over the ceiling, aiming directed light, and then remaining on D Street, okay? And present while I exit that venue. This is the impossibility of both of those coexisting. That's stalking with light, and this is demonic activity while federal stalking amongst the demon-possessed is underway. But that's what I'm taking a picture of. 12:39, the fake sun remains in the window. This is a venue where I'm subject to the systematic monitoring, and they're monitoring at the Ontario Airport. P.O.C. Ontario Police Department at the Ontario Airport. It is currently 12:40 p.m. The state's fake sun in the same position going through the Ontario Airport. This is the system in operation. It's ceaselessly underway. 8 GHN 289.
Now is the best time to start working at Amazon. They are offering signing bonuses.
That's audible activity while the fake sun is aiming on me through the window of the bus.
Best of all, Amazon has shifts and schedules that fit your life. Start your job search today at amazon.com/apply. Amazon is proud.
License 7LKU078. License 7AFP480 8EZB322 02718L2 44518Y1 B414890 paper. License 7POD. Oh, I can't really see that one. Let's see. It is currently, what time is that? 12:41, excuse me. 12:41 p.m. 7ETK266. Seven TWK 258. Seven CBM 526. 8 SHZ 451. BYAM NP, I believe, substantially similar. 8 RLX 178. I'm sorry, 8 TBE 835, an Ontario Police crossing path, which is on the cameras of Omnitrans. That is license plate 1591657, vehicle 1032, entering onto what is Airport Drive at 2900 East. This is, I believe, Terminal Way, I believe. At 12:43 p.m. 5 MPK 728, because I didn't read that one already. It's the same exact relevant positioning and stalking with a light source, which is remaining in the window of this venue that is Omnitrans, while directed light is also present on the venue. It is the same P.O.C. 8GHN 289. I think I read that one already. 32718B3. Yeah, that was Airport Drive and Terminal Way, where Ontario Police are crossing path with the people. And that's federal stalking at the Ontario Airport. License plate 5POD 305. 5PDD 305. It's 12:43 p.m. Let's see, 7. I can't really see that one. 7ZDE 3. Oh, I can't see the rest of them. 8RNX 945. That's 8RNX 895. I It's 12:44 p.m. 8 PRJ 214. Yeah, that was 8 RNX 945. Just want to make sure I read that one correctly. 8 PRJ 214. Read that one correctly. Looks like 93455V2. I think I read those already. Alright, it is 12:45 p.m. The state's fake sun remains over the bus at the 10 freeway, the 10 West freeway. The 10 West and the 10 East. And this is federal stalking. They're monitoring systematically on the freeway, getting on and off the freeway and proceeding on the freeway, the 10 freeway. Monitoring is underway. That's why the state's environment is present. And this is how the system operates. Okay, I'm documenting those who I encounter, but this is a state system. It's group conduct. And it's 12:46 p.m. Let's see. 8 UNS 837. 8 RJD 419. All right, demons surround on the bus and around the bus. Directed light on the bus and directed light on my person. Fake sun over the bus. It is P.O.C. At I think this is Archibald. I captured video of what is, no, this is Inland Empire Boulevard. I'm at Inland, going down Inland Empire Boulevard. I captured what is a flashing light, the state's directed light, onto a surface right in front of me. This is demonic, okay? This is the pattern of touching surfaces with light, surrounding me with light as they touch surfaces. This is flashing light that you'll see on what is the, it's like a covered area behind the driver. And this is while we are stationary in traffic. She's at a stop. We are at the bridge where the 10 freeway is. There is no vehicle. First of all, that's not going to result where a car is driving by, but I want to let you know there wasn't even any implausible form present, meaning a vehicle that's approaching and creating this. This is supposed to be the guise into which flashing a light is occurring everywhere, and it's not a guise. It's the engagement of simultaneous conduct, light activity, while you're in relevant position, engaging across the path, while ongoing audible activity is being maintained, and it's facilitation of the government that is engaging in monitoring. That's what it is. But I have noted what the state tries to use, which are the people that are around you, as the excuse for a noise that you're seeing or light that you're seeing, and it's not an excuse. It's a practicing of demonic activity, all of them together. But I want to be clear, that's a flashing of light that you're looking at. It's impossible light activity. This is on the inside of the bus. This is light that is necessarily being aimed horizontally through the surfaces, through the windows of the bus, in order to touch that surface in front of me, creating that flashing light effect. That's the P.O.C. That's terrorism as it's occurring on the venue. It is also that which is engaged in amongst the demon possessed. All right, in that regard, it's terrorism as well, and it is also serving what is federal stalking. It is 12:49 p.m. I'm on Haven and Inland Empire Boulevard. BM88T51 paper 4KM8875, which is a trailer on a vehicle, which the license plate on the vehicle I cannot see. License plate 8S87. Can't really see that one. 8XXE422 26010W2 7BGM483 8CTL452 8GW093 is substantially similar. Can't really see that. I'm at Porsche and Inland Empire. So you've got Lee and Associates, La Quinta Inn and Suites. You have, these are the venues where I'm at, and the state maintains presence. The state system is underway. Okay, on this Sunday afternoon, I'm passing Empire Towers. The state does not leave any path unmanned, and I am subject to a hovering system. License ARIANDA, I believe. Let me see that one. 70714R2 At Extended Stay America, they are monitoring. SJG 709. Mathis Brothers Furniture, they're monitoring. CarMax, they're monitoring. At 4100 Inland Empire Drive, they're monitoring. That's the CarMax. 4105 Mathis Brothers, that's the address of Mathis Brothers. 4105 Inland Empire, they're monitoring. Passing Ferrari and Inland Empire. I've also already documented. This is where the Ontario Mills area is. The state's fake sun is over me while I'm at the IHOP after 11 something in the morning. All right. While I'm already documenting, it's remaining at the Upland Public Library. The same issue you have. You're remaining over a building, over my head, inside the building, present when I exit after remaining there all day, but yet you're in motion to any city that I go to over my head, in motion necessarily in the window, over the windshield of any vehicle I'm inside of while I'm in motion, and at the same time maintaining presence at one location, all right? That's P.O.C. And that is not the common circumstance of group stalkers. 8WZC359, while you see, again, like I showed you in video, while third-party Tracy Banks drives away, the fake sun doesn't remain in her window, doesn't remain over her windshield while she gets on the freeway and drives east or west on the 10. All right, she is engaging in monitoring in the same regard like every other third party, especially Omnitrans. All right, and that's exactly what the Sheriff's Department was engaged in as well, while the state kept its fake sun over that vehicle as I was subject to kidnapping. It's 12:52 p.m. This is monitoring at the Ontario Mills. I'm at Mall and Milliken. 6SDN 910.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
8WZC 359. And of course, don't forget about the fact, as I've already shown, being at the documented actor Starbucks, the state's fake sun is documented remaining stationary at 706 West Holt. But yet you have it in motion over me through the window of this venue that is Omnitrans in Ontario at Ontario Mills. 706, I already documented that one. 8VNP 994. 8NHR 818. Is that Penske? I don't see a logo on that truck. 6CPJ 440.
Service to Rels. 61, 81, 82.
6CUP 607.
And RTA.
1404 974.
61.
It's 12:54. It is currently 12:55 p.m. License DLAHYA. Monitoring at the McDonald's of the Ontario Mills, the Marshalls of Ontario Mills. That's where I'm at on the bus as it's driving through the plaza. This is Creative Soul as it's driving around. They have an event going on at Ontario Mills. This is grounds for monitoring 7PDB 455. BSNS 758. License, let's see, 12911Y2. Eight UJW 944. 8LXL 618. Let's see, 6DGB71. I can't really see that one though. Hold on, let me guess. License 8PZR963. HS462. Panera Bread monitoring. Wiener Schnitzel. Passing the Burger King. Passing Costco, TJ Maxx, Lazy Dog, just so you know where I'm at. They're systematically monitoring. Costco, Bank of America, the AMC movie theaters. The state's fake sun is remaining over the vehicle. Ontario Mills as a means of identification. This is a venue. The entire Ontario Mills is monitoring. All right. Let's see. 6CPL281. That's audible activity under the fake sun. 8EWT366. 7BCA805. 06132F3. It is 12:58 p.m. Oh, I think I read that one already. Costco located at 11820. They're monitoring. Costco and every single last one of them in the parking lot, inside of the building, they're monitoring. This is an expansive system that you're subject to while you're unaware of it. All right. MARNATA 8SAA122 8TCH331. XVJ16. I can't really see that one. It's 12:59. All right, I did capture on video at 1 p.m. at the intersection of 4th Street and where the Albertos. There's an Albertos right there off of the freeway, and this is the state's fake sun, which is, and it's right over my head through the window. While at the bus stop, and I'm capturing what is P.O.C. at that vantage point. I took a video of that. And again, this is, like I've stated, the state is placing its fake sun over the ceiling of the public library 24 hours ago. This is P.O.C. what you're looking at on the surveillance cameras of the Omnitrans. This is P.O.C. Through traffic, systematic monitoring. And this is the demonic system in operation in the state. And really, when I get on the bus or when I'm inside of a vehicle, for example, this is the big picture view of what the state is doing. All right, and systematically so, as I have identified what is stalking with light and stalking with activity. And this is serving that massive monitoring purpose as what are the demon-possessed that incorporate the state of California. All right, the public entity that's engaging in monitoring and doing so. And you have the fake sun what's in the window while I'm in Ontario at the intersection of the 4th Street where the 15 freeway exit is. And that is in maintaining that perfect placement in its zenith over my head through a window on a vehicle. Just happens to be Omnitrans. In direct conflict with where I was 24 hours ago. In direct conflict with ongoing documentation showing how the state maintains presence over an address where I remain for the duration of the day, and keeping its directed light as well, which directed light is also documented on this venue, which is the bus. All right, this is P.O.C. It's currently 1:13 p.m. I just wanted to add that note, and you're going to want to look at that video as well. All right, this is P.O.C. All right, license 8PAV795. It's 1:19 p.m. 4SYV859. Stalking with light at the Rite Aid on what is
what, Sierra? 7MSK 383, 5GDW 316. This is Sierra, and I'll get the cross street in a second.
Have you heard about the newest way to get around town?
They're monitoring in this shopping plaza. There's a Rite Aid right here. Sierra Point Laundry, Boost Mobile. They're monitoring. 44150J2. This is Sierra and Marigold, and it's 1:19 p.m., 1:20 p.m. 8SSB 335, 6 BMW 548.
If possible, please use rear doors.
Sí. Por favor, usar la puerta trasera.
04687X1, 8KAU 327, 7UEP 047,
San Bernardino Avenue.
8XDX 712, 7FYA 310, at bus stop 5235, in front of the chiropractic office. This is Marigold in the city of Fontana. State's fake sign remains over the bus.
On board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
La ley federal restringe máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. La máscara no viaja.
Route 61, Fontana.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
7WFE121, 7LTD663, vibrating the ground of the bus, which is impossible. The bus is heavier than the car that drove by. That's sensational activity as I stand up to read a license plate. It's demonic. It's an act of terrorism. Let's see.
Holly Street.
Seven SCE 942. Seven EHC 449, 5 CTG 250. At Randall Avenue and Sierra Avenue at what is 1:23 p.m. Traffic cameras and the cameras on Omnitrends. Means of documentation. License 7WNV. I can't really see that one. 38363P1. 7FZD 374. 7LSH 013. 5VHR 192, 7SLR 452, 7YYK 803, 7ZUC 969.
Stop requested.
6PME.
Please use rear doors.
You can scratch that one. I can't see that one that clearly.
Por favor, usar la puerta trasera.
8JQE 825. 52143X1, 6SXD 342, 6VIT 008, 8XXW 927, 8JYH 436, 1420239. That's Omnitrends.
Monitoring at, what is Sierra Avenue? Where the Arco is. This is Sierra, and you can't see the cross street. Arco and the AM/PM is located at 8898 Sierra Avenue. Again, that's 8898 Sierra Avenue. Oh yeah, I'm at Merrill and Sierra. 5DCU 563 7EEE 023. XAJ 460. It's 1:26 p.m. Arrival at the Metrolink Fontana train station at Orange Way and Sierra at the train tracks. Green light 101. Well, I can't see that one. Hold on. 7JDG 863. Eight 6-5-2272 5UGB 873 7MBJ071 8KFR 793. Alright, I did capture on video approaching the Fontana Metrolink train station while the fake sun is remaining in the window, getting on the property of the train station, and you're seeing the fake sun move about, remaining in the window. This is what the state's been doing the entire time as I'm documenting federal stalking and demonic activity amongst the government, the people of the state, while I'm en route on the Omnitrans bus. Okay, so this is the P.O.C. in transit, and it's currently 1:28 p.m. That is P.O.C. All right, Omnitrans bus that I am on, which is the venue basically where I'm located. It's analogous to any other address. This is bus number 1332, license plate 1404990, driven by an African-American female. Surveillance cameras are on that bus, which is a venue, showing the surrounding traffic, showing the route that is used. This is Route 61, and going eastbound to the Fontana Metrolink train station, showing the route that the fake sun took, remaining over the bus. All right, in every way that is irrelevant, that is relevant in evidence of what is stalking with light, the literal bus route, while the people of the state are maintaining presence on the street of Nuevo. They're maintaining presence in their vehicles and in what are third-party facilitating venues under the fake sun. Okay, and I captured video of what is the state's fake sun over the bus while I'm on it. All right, and approaching the bus stop of Route 61, and just want to document that license plate of that third-party actor, which is Omnitrans, representing the people of the state, engaging in monitoring me and engaging in facilitation of monitoring and sexual molestation, which I'm subject to on that bus. American Medical Response crossing path at 1:30 p.m. on the traffic cameras at Sierra and Orange Way. They are driving south on Sierra Avenue crossing path, utilizing that emergency vehicle, in other words, for federal stalking. This is P.O.C. License 5JNV997. License 8GUP890 is a stalker. Fake sun is over my head, and also directed light on the sidewalk while they are driving east on the street. Okay, that's P.O.C. Same thing with 5JNV997, demon possessed stalkers. 545HUB. 5 VWT 754, 8 MCL 101. WGL 005, 7 ECK 616, 876517, I believe. NXP 8742, 5 UFR 583, 7 EHX 912, 8 PBA 326, 6 TAF 330, 2051. I can't really see the rest of that one. You can scratch that. It's 1:32 p.m. I'm walking, north on Sierra Avenue, and the state's fake sun is over my head as I'm walking north on Sierra Avenue in the city of Fontana. Seven SRD 415. 5ZQF 662, 4YDM 697, 7SD F 588, 6WFS 835, 7NWX 272, 66096V1, 5XEX 721, 7HHC 719, 7ZOM 836, 8SO9 853, 5DNP 263, 8XGD 522. Now you can go ahead. 8AUV 297, 6BJY 124, 8PLV 357. All of them monitoring to what is ongoing audible activity under a fake sun that's over my head as I'm walking north of Sierra Avenue. 6PSV 170. G65 3DL. That's Utah. 8RTY 891. 8WPB 423. 7TW, I can't really see that one. Let's scratch that. 8SLE 362. 00908. Uh-oh. You can scratch that one. I can't see the rest of that plate. 6MVC 525. All right, the same presence of directed light. 8WXE 970, 8EAC 735, 8JWN 520, 8MVB 210, 9174, 8N1, 8GDP 706, 6WZE 179, 7VPU 767, 8EWM 571, 8MPR 819, 8CXU 016, 7HWN 204, 8SRG, I can't really see the rest of that one, American Medical Response, they're almost an afterthought, they're already prosecuted, 7SMG 180, 7VON 760, you're a stalker, you ain't no queen, QUEEN XX is not a queen, 7HYS 618, 6YCB 807, if she was, she wouldn't be stalking me. The reality is that I'm the queen. That's reality. That's why one who wants to be would name herself that while she's stalking another and is a demon-possessed stalker at that. That's the truth about her. License plate K7KKJ123 8FME062 5FRF230. Oh, that could very well be a guy. This is California, calling themselves a queen. 6WNR711, whoever that is. They're not. They wish. 8SUH211. 8DOX044. All right, now what I'm referring to is the identical behavior. Directed light, impossible light, but also the fake sun that's over my head. AX12C96, 7ZIP607, 8RZL743, 8NFE116, 8FEK445. Three RXX878 05910S1 7R NX5078 EKD674 7VNA 588 8XOW620 7VJB101. Now it goes without saying, and this is the logic behind it. Molesting with the state, monitoring with the minor, 5N74912. All right, while he's stalking on the side of the road, he's got a little minion eye in his passenger side. He's under the fake sun, and while I'm being molested with that which is impossible light activity. All right, you're stalking in the path and you're a molester because they're all monitoring together. So you have what is where you are documenting that which is impossible light occurring at one place. It is occurring everywhere. It is never naturally occurring under any circumstances. That is the signature of the public entity. It is a hallmark, the mark of demon possession. This is terrorism. What I have shown is, okay, you're seeing it here, you're seeing it there, I've documented it everywhere. I'm showing you that which I'm already showing, which is logical. If it's appearing in one place, if it's happening at one place, that is the existence of the entire system. Okay? And in my mind, that this is axiomatic. All right? That which is clearly not the sun, the ongoing presence of that documentation is speaking to the existence of the system. All right? 4Z, those are the cowards that are very scared of the prosecution. All right? Just like Starbucks. 4Z, MX546, 7RGH891, 7WXD533. All of them monitoring in directed light under the fake sun, pursuant to that amplified audible activity while the very fearful demons are listening to their prosecution, okay? And the logic that's going to choke all of them together, okay? One fell swoop. 8T86872, 7UIW477, 8RUS491, I believe. All right, so what I've shown is the continuity of documentation. Yes, it is axiomatic. You're documenting that which is not the sun, and from one city to another, showing it, from one county to another, that's clearly not the sun. That's the existence of a system. That's the signature of the state. That is the mark of demon possession as well, speaking to what is terrorism by an entity. You have what is sexual violence where that is underway as well. But like I've shown my continuity, I've already established that, but also I'm going to show you place by place by place where the same exact impossible conduct, meaning this is impossible to be occurring naturally, and you're looking at what is the tethering together of a system, literally the demonic, and you're seeing what is that what they have, they can't hide anymore. They are of one demonic mind. They're monitoring together. They're stalking together. That's why that impossible environment is around. It tethers all of it together. 8NVV776. They're patrolling all right. They're patrolling in relevant position under the fake sun. 8FJJ848 in directed light, monitoring with the rest of these minions. 6FCE223. 7WXF281. 8RUS491. 8USP209. 7JWL446. CHIVASJ. 7VNH653 07490D3 8WSC691 8ECF922, and it is 1:41 p.m. Let me go this way. 8EBK551 8JRS647 8EIP302, I believe 2176072 or 60B2. Can I see that one? 13367L1, 8RST437, 8GYY451, 8LOE011, 8TPZ456, 5VK923, 7CXZ4718, can't really see that one, DOX286, I believe, 5RVH240. State's fake sign over Sierra and what is Arrow Boulevard. Right here at facilitating venue, the Chamber of Commerce, the city of Fontana's Chamber of Commerce, where I showed you in the parking lot directed light, just like I showed you in Stater Brothers this morning, the same directed light. That's a signature of the state. 7HON 808. 80845E3. And I have done what Satan himself thought was impossible. But let me be clear, actually, Satan knew that that's not impossible. He was very fearful of the one that he knew could do it. Hence this whole targeting system, 8BSC898. That's the whole demonic aspect, which is neither here nor there. I'll leave that alone. But this is spiritual darkness that's engaging in what is criminal activity amongst human beings that you can see. And in a constitutional system, in the United States of America, you can prosecute based on the laws that exist, based on the constitutional framework. That which is at its core, which is not going to be a secret in court, but it's also not unconstitutional to understand that, know that, and prosecute it based on the objective criminal activity, which is federal stalking. And they're all demon possessed while they're doing so. All right, this is literally the ability to drag the demonic, just like I said, and documentation is demon proof. No lying, sex offending, psychopath, stalker can deviate from what is the pattern of conduct. There's no excuse from it. And you're seeing what is the conduct as I'm documenting psychopaths and how they conduct themselves. So you've been informed. XOCHOAX, 7SYC966, 7YEF361, 6ZHF601, 6ZSPO67, 7WPP925, 7XMG385, 8DHK432, 7EE4485, that's Maryland, 8GEZ327. It's currently 1:44 p.m. and I am at third-party facilitating venue, Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. FDE004, group stalking in the car, maintaining presence. The fact that they're smoking weed is no form. 5E U.S. 733, they're stalking in the path. 6RRD 904, 8GCB 546. Oh, I should have went up here. Whew. And yes, indeedy, having an issue with nature, logic, common sense, rudimentary understanding of any science book from the 5th grade. State's fake son is over the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. And let me get this license plate that's stalking in the path. And they're I'm waiting for a parking spot. They're under the fake sun. This is how demons act, okay? 4 HBE 615. Engaging in what's passive-aggressive stalking in that environment is called relevant positioning. It's 1:45 p.m. Let me show you the fake sun. All right, I did capture video of the fake sun over my head. Okay. All right, over my head at the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. I even let you look at the logo of the library. There's no question about where I'm at. No question about what I was documenting while I'm on the bus coming to this venue. Kept its fake sun over my head while I'm on a vehicle being transported to this venue. In direct conflict with common sense, as the state wants to act like the sun is present over D Street, over the Upland Public Library all day, present even as I exit, aiming what's supposed to be sunlight. But how are you over the Fontana Lewis Library? So what is that light that is being aimed inside of that venue? Because that's not going to occur while the actual object of what's supposedly the sun is over the Fontana Lewis Library. That's the same logic that applies for every venue that I've already documented. That's why there is no form for the Upland Public Library or any other venue. Okay, this is already established, the state is stalking with light. I'm showing you what is the same entity, the same sex offender, the same psychopath, different face, different address, different license plate number, okay, different title, same entity, same demonic entity and same public entity. And there is no form, as you see that same system underway, regardless of the particular actor. It's the state's pattern of conduct. It's called vicarious activity on behalf of the state, and it's called demonic activity. It's 1:48 p.m. and this is P.O.C. at Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. The security officer, they're called security officers. They're engaging in P.O.C. I don't know the company name. I'm going to figure that out. I'm going to document them. They're documenting themselves. I'm here. This is clear. They're in relevant position. But I like to document specifically on my podcast. They are monitoring, though, and that's what I documented before. It's 1:48 p.m. P.O.C. Amplified audible activity created as I walk inside of the restroom of the Fontana Lewis Library. This is already documentation of that which is a sex offender. Documenting their affirmative engagement and conduct pursuant to federal stalking in that private space is the significance of my documentation. The state's pattern of conduct of creating amplified audible noise that's supposed to be always emanating through walls and floors and ceilings. That's the same group stalker that's playing a tape of plane activity or train activity through all manner of any sort of, this is targeting and surrounding. So as I walk inside of the bathroom, this is sexual violence, and a group stalker is maintaining presence in the private space. This is sexual violence at Fontana Lewis Library. Even my voice is serving to monitor me, but I want to be clear, maintaining presence in the private. This is literally the stalker that enters the bathroom to stalk in that space. That's a predator. That's a really loony toony stalker, okay? It's 1:50 p.m. P.O.C. And doing so with a minor. And they're all on their own cameras, and this is surveillance cameras, okay? P.O.C. 1:50 p.m. And fake sun is over the venue. So that is the sexual violence pursuant to the state's pattern of conduct. This is Fontana Lewis Library in Fontana. Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. All right, so the P.O.C. while I'm inside of what is the computer area, group stalkers, there's well, actually it's not just them, but in perfect alignment with the bathroom is a group of women who are sitting outside of the restroom. That's called relevant positioning. The state's fake sun is directly over the Fontana Lewis Library, and you have what is the maintenance of presence all around a relevant position, but with regard to where I'm at in the bathroom, sitting in perfect alignment outside of the bathroom door is relevant positioning. And again, inside of the space, inside of the building, they are all in relevant position as you are understanding and isolating the P.O.C. to one particular venue. But again, monitoring with communication devices spans a radius. In addition to that, while you are surrounded in relevant position, this is the state filling the bathroom with the sound of, I guess it's supposed to be a toilet flushing, and it sounds loud enough that it is occurring inside of the bathroom. That's the creation of audible activity, all right? Not only is any noise that you're creating audible activity, period, you're being monitored, all right? The state is engaging in that pattern, which is already established. The state's pattern of conduct of creating noise where I am, in the same way it targets with light, it targets with noise. That's what the state is doing while they are maintaining presence in the path. Sitting in perfect alignment is called stalking in the path while you are inside of the private space, all right? And that's what they're doing while the state is creating noise inside of the bathroom. It's 1:54 p.m. This is Fontana Lewis Library, showing how the pattern of conduct is underway inside of the private space here. That's amplified audible activity, which the state engages in creating with knowledge of whether my panties are up or down. That is that which is amplified. That is also that which you're not actually going to hear through the men's restroom, for example. This is the state engaging in the same exact template of activity, surrounding me with noise, engaging in this obsessive monitoring conduct, and they're doing it in the private space. This is how you're creating policy and prosecuting for the sexual predator. Fake sun is over the venue. That's a sexually violent threat while you are using the restroom, and stalking, following inside of the bathroom, maintaining presence around the bathroom. Let me be clear, and this is the point I wanted to make. Minions don't like the fact that while you are aware of what they're doing, so say a minion really has to go to the bathroom, guess what? These are the ramifications of monitoring with the state, because not only do they exploit the bathroom to engage in stalking, where you really do have to go to the bathroom, guess what? They're still stalking. The pattern of conduct doesn't stop, and those are the ramifications of engaging in what is a demonic system, first of all, where that pattern of conduct is underway and it doesn't stop, whether you are really engaging and answering the call of nature, or whether you are that creepy stalker still, nonetheless, who is stalking in the bathroom, waiting for one to enter, maintaining presence while you're inside, maintaining knowledge while your panties are down. While you really have to use the bathroom, you're still that same demonic actor that is engaging in that sexual corporate invasion of privacy. It doesn't change. And this is what they don't like as well. But let me be clear. The pattern of conduct is underway, and the state doesn't stop stalking with helicopters. The state doesn't stop stalking with its fake sun. The state doesn't stop stalking with its directed light. That is P.O.C., period. All right? It is 1:59 p.m. All right, license plate of the sex offender, 7KMH328. All right, maintaining presence of the path as I walk outside, 86693X2. And now that sex offender that I'm documenting, she's driving a black Rio, I think, or black Kia. And I'm showing you what's directed light on the wall of the bathroom, which is absolutely impossible. I'm showing you what is also the fake sun on the opposite side of the library. I showed you it while I'm walking toward the entrance. State moves its fake sun relative to where I am. It's on the opposite side where arrow is, parallel to arrow, not by the logo of the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center that I showed you. And not only that, you're looking at what is directed light on the wall while I have double shadows. It's magnified in sight. That is clearly impossible light. Any light aiming inside of that venue also is directed, and it's impossible because the sun is over the structure. The state is aiming it horizontally. That's what you're looking at. And while that sex offender is also monitoring with a minor child, that's a Caucasian female with the yellow flip-flops stalking in a bathroom. That's a sex offender. It's P.O.C., 2:09 p.m. I want to point out also the fire department crosses path, and I want to be clear, they wanted to track from me capturing that little sex offender, that white woman that was in the bathroom stall, entering in to stalk in the bathroom and monitor in the private space. All right, so you shall respect the privacy of the target individual. You shall not engage in any sort of sexual molestation, sexual violation, while you are also stalking on behalf of a government. You're going to prosecute for every aspect of the pattern of conduct. All right, and this is terrorism of a sexual nature, because the state is doing this through every single last person, all of them. All right, it is 2:10 p.m. and the fire department crosses path under the fake sun, and I want to be clear, they wanted to track. They're monitoring, but they would rather me document them than document an ordinary group stalker, by the way. All right, identifying the demon-possessed, the terrorists of the state of California. They don't want me to do that. It's 2:10 p.m. All right, it is currently 4:43 p.m. I am at still the Fontana Lewis Library the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center, in the city of Fontana. And what you are looking at on the surveillance cameras, this is patrolling inside of the bathroom, and the state is now amplifying activity in here. So what that means is now you're hearing what is a loud toilet flushing while you're in the computer lab. This is the same staple. This is amplification. This is the signature of the state. I already showed you what is the directed light that is right there. I mean, ridiculously impossible. And you're looking at what are demons that are surrounding, and those are predators that are maintaining presence in the venue, outside of the venue, and inside of the private space, while you have what is the signature mark of the state and the pattern of conduct underway. This is sexual violence while predators are waiting around the bathroom monitoring you, and entering and exiting the bathroom monitoring you under the fake sun, which is also present here. And as I showed you, move from the opposite side of the building where I was walking toward the entrance. As I'm inside of the computer lab, what do I capture? Right over my head through the window, which is maintenance of the state's fake sun, real-time knowledge of my movement inside of the venue. That's entirely demonic, what I'm capturing in that video, which you look at. And you're looking at what is the intentional malice of the demon-possessed. You're looking at those old biddies that are knitting. They intentionally maintain this appearance. That's the malice of the entity, by the way. Understand that's how Satan operates. I just want to be clear. But aside from that, they are in relevant position, and you're not going to be deceived by any outward appearance of what is a demon-possessed stalker monitoring with the government. And also those old biddies that were knitting, you saw the directed light over the wall space. Absolutely impossible light. And you saw the fake sun through the window that they're sitting in front of while they are monitoring someone in the private space. They're sex offenders. And by the way, they maintain presence until the moment I upload all 21 of my videos. It's the moment that I upload, they exit the venue very quickly. This is the pattern by minions. They enter, they sit around, they wait for me to publish my documentation. They maintain presence. This is relevant to their monitoring conduct with communication devices. And then they remain present, but they maintain presence till the moment that I get past their little monitoring obstacles, 6JNZ894, and then I upload, or I begin the process of uploading my documents, and then many of them leave and others remain present. It's a system, and so they're maintaining presence together. But those old biddies were there to be present as I began that process, and the moment I started uploading videos, they summarily exited. They were present to engage in bathroom monitoring and monitoring with the entity with regard to publishing my documentation. And the state's fake sun at 4:45. Let me show you. All right, it's 4:52 p.m. I want to document bathroom monitoring. You have a man that is pounding on the bathroom door while I'm inside. Again, there's no form. The fake sun is here and directed light is, glaring inside of that venue that I captured today. And you have what is pounding on the door, which is the creation of audible activity. And that is the federal stalking in the private space. That is a sex offender with knowledge of what you're doing as you do it and as a create activity with the intent to engage in federal stalking in that private space. Okay. I want to document license plates real quick. They are all outside engaging in monitoring, and as you create activity in that private space, it is facilitating activity such that the Fontana police that are stalking in relevant position right now, while the fake sun is over the venue, directed light covering the venue, and they are all monitoring with communication devices. YWHGRL 6C88389, 6FKB722, 7YUJ556, 8PLG154, 8N VV776, 8SCJ374, 6YDR464, 6KQA559, 4LFG756, 4ZLK557, 7EHJ712, and this is 5DBJ574. And I want to document what I already captured with the state's fake sun over the library. Understand where it's at right now. It's over. This is impossible because it's not the sun, and so you're paying. That's clear, all right? You're not both over D Street. You're not both remaining stationary over D Street and then remaining over D Street for the duration of a day, but then also in motion. And again, this is 24 hours a day. This is supposed to be the sun. How are you both maintaining presence over that building, which the sun's not going to do anyway? But not only that, you're talking about moving in a window that I'm of a vehicle, remaining in alignment with me, in other words, in a window of a vehicle that I am in, traveling in a totally different direction that was traveling east on Hope Boulevard to get to Fontana, as opposed to traveling north from Ontario to get to Upland, and then you keep your fakes on there. And I'm capturing what is 4:45 for a vivid picture of what is blatant stalking with the fake sun. Here at the library, at Lewis Library in Fontana, though, as I'm walking to the entrance, understand my location on the side of the building and what the state engaged in as I walk out at 4:45 to get the fake sun. The state's fake sun is over the front entrance after being on the side as I'm approaching the entrance at arrival after 1 p.m. And then after at arrival, when I'm inside of the computer lab and it is deviating from that position over the tree that's right in front of the Lewis Library and Technology Center brick wall, and it's over that window on the opposite side where the parking garage is, where the parking lot is, facing Arrow. That's totally different from being over the tree over my head while I'm standing inside in front of the Lewis Library and Technology Center. And then at 4:45, you're talking about, and this is what I mean, it's over the same building, but I just want to make sure I spell out to you, do you understand what the state is literally doing? It's going to any angle to remain over me, and it's right now over the same building, 4:45, as I step out. It is moving from what is the window facing Arrow to the entrance of the library altogether. And it is not only that, it is remaining over the same building, moving all about. Impossible to capture both of those. If that's the sun, then I wouldn't be able to capture it from from this entrance area of the library. The building's too tall. I wouldn't be able to see that where it was over the tree, and I would be facing in a different direction. You see it over the cozy corner of the side where the little umbrellas are. State places its fake sun there. And then the window facing Arrow Highway, it's directly over the window. And what are you also seeing? That coexisting impossible light activity, that directed light. The pattern of the blinds are on that wall. I have double shadows while I'm showing you that directed light. I mean, literally impossible. That is what the state is doing everywhere. It is aiming its light horizontally through the spaces inside of the venue. That's what the state is doing inside of the Upland Public Library. That is what the state is doing inside of what is the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. That is what the state is doing inside of what was 706 West Holt Starbucks. That's what the state is doing on the venue of the Omnitrans bus. This while the state's fake sun remains over my head and entirely revealing locations and times. Okay. So I want to make sure I pointed that out. I mean, that's just a glaring issue there. And this is the beauty of documentation, showing exactly, there's no question what the state is doing. The question is why? Well, first of all, it's demonic. This is demonic activity, and that is prosecuted where government's doing it. That's terrorism. By the people of the state that are doing it, that's terrorism. A bunch of demons that engage in no legitimate purpose with regard to their targeting one while federal stalking is underway. That's the criminal conduct, okay? Then federal stalking is that which they're doing in addition to a whole bunch of other things that are relevant with regard to the creation of policy where demons are acting as the packs of cockroaches that they are. 7FYV446, 7STE532, 7ZGG307. All these demons just sitting around listening to me document them. 8CSY071, 8VSL957, in the same way that they're sitting around listening to me pull down my panties. 7UPZ726, 5RSB602, 7YMX047, 6HSG226. It is 4:58 p.m. and again, that's the video of 4:45 p.m. If you want to take a look at that, the state's fake sun, not only is it remaining over the same library, it's moved to three different angles of the same library. Okay? I just want to point that out. I would be remiss if I didn't point out the asininity of this demonic entity. And I'm not trying to be a poet. It just works out like that. It's 4:58 p.m. and that is P.O.C. Fontana Police Department in relevant position. They're monitoring. 8VIT864. License 7MOH949. All right, and so it is currently 4:59 p.m. and this is one that's stalking with light in the parking lot. The state is covering the parking lot with directed light. Because that's not the sun that's over the Fontana Lewis Library, okay? Metrolink providing what is audible activity. That's audible activity while you're in the environment. That's City of Fontana. It is 5 p.m. like the clock sounds. And you see how in the environment that's maintained, it's systematic monitoring. 8SCJ374. And sirens. Monitoring directed light across 8NVV776 while this demon is reversing. The same directed light I showed you at the ingress and egress of Ontario Village Center under the fake sun. While the bell is ringing, that's audible activity. That's monitoring by demons. Ooh, she's disgusting. 4LFG756. Ugh. That is the sound of sirens while UPS is flying over in relevant position under the fake sun. Okay, I captured video of what is the state sounding sirens acting via the demon-possessed actor, a state actor, American Medical Response, that is crossing path and sounding sirens under that which is not the sun. This is the act of terrorism by that state actor, American Medical Response. Outward demonstration of demon possession. It is criminal facilitation of federal stalking amongst the demon-possessed. This is how you're engaging in terrorism and helping everybody else engage in terrorism, which is life-threatening and sexually violent group conduct amongst the demon-possessed. While the state is sounding those sirens, they immediately stop after American Medical Response crosses path with me while I'm standing at LORRAINE inside of the parking lot, and I'm showing what is the presence of the remaining fake sun. After I have already entered the venue, I was standing at the same corner, if you don't recall, or just look at the video that I captured. And not only that, it's also in the same position over the window area where I'm facing Arrow Highway, and the state is also aiming directed light onto the wall and onto the floor and onto the chair. All right, the state's fake sun is in the same position. So what is it? What is the state doing? Changing the color of the fake sun. Engaging in some illusion like it's gone somewhere, and it hasn't, and that the only one that's suffering illusions is the state, okay? Because that's not the sound of the train that's that loud in the parking lot of the Fontana Lewis Library. It's called audible activity, and it is the ongoing maintenance of noise, just like the sound of the bell was, the sound of sirens, and now the sound of the train. All right, that's called amplification, and that is also demonic. That's Metrolink engaging in terrorism. 6C88389. While I am pointing out that which is very also equally damning, the fact that the fake sun is in the same position and the state just changed the color, making it more golden, as though it's like setting. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's over the same location where I'm inside of. It's maintaining presence in alignment to me. All right. So this is the same position insofar as the state had it over the tree over my head while I stood here. What is the state doing now? Changing the color like it's setting, like the sun is setting, and engaging and placing it in alignment to me as opposed to directly over my head. It's in alignment with me, horizontally speaking. That's what, but it is in the same position. Not only that, you're looking at, that's what the state was doing while I was inside of the library, and it was over the window as I'm facing Arrow. All right. Not only that, you're looking at the time. You're looking at the cities, Upland, how about Ontario, and here we are in Fontana. And how about also the time based with regard to being over the same corner, changing the color of the fake sun, and lowering the elevation while you're engaging in some illusion of some actual sun is no form. And you're talking about what is the engagement in stalking with light, maintaining that light source over the same building, the Fontana Lewis Library, for in excess of hours now. Okay, that's also not the sun. All right. In addition, you can look at it itself. It's a hovering, large glob of light. All right, and this is what is relevant to the state's engineered light, that which is creating mirroring reflections of light. This is how my shadow is upside down. This is how my shadow is magnified in size. This is what the state is doing with this engineered light. Okay, 8GUP668. That is combined with what I capture in video. The state is stalking a commercial airline plane and patrolling. There's another one. License of the security guard 935S36. It's an African-American male. He looks like he's about 5'6", pretty skinny. Shaved head with a curly top. And he's monitoring, and I cannot see the company name of the security company that he is representing, because he's engaging in federal stalking on the job bearing that as company name, and so you would prosecute that company. But this is City of Fontana nonetheless, so that's fine. And that was the license plate of that actor. 8NVV776 is driving patrolled and protected. PPO 16302. All right, that is a company engaging in security and engaging in federal stalking. All right, crossing path, walking to his car is a means of engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring in concert with the rest of the state. That is P.O.C. It's 5:06 p.m. I'm going to take a picture of the window where you can see where I was sitting inside facing Arrow, and you can see that this is the case under any circumstance where the sun is a star, and it's the buildings that we live in, that we occupy, are not as high in the sky as the sun. Okay, contrary to the state's fake sun, it's a large glob of light that hovers low at low elevation. That's not the sun either. even in its appearance. And the sun, were it actually that low, we would burn up, like I continue to demonstrate in my videos. That's not the sun. But even aside from that, you're looking at the state's conduct with this light source. It's clearly not the sun. And then that's not sunlight. And so you have what is the state's fake sun that I'm seeing that's supposedly above the window, but yet you're looking at light that's being projected horizontally onto the wall, and it's streaming. I can see it. I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but you can kind of perceive the light is from the ceiling. I mean, not from the ceiling. It's hitting the ceiling as opposed to hitting the floor, you know, and it's hitting the ceiling, and then it's manifesting clearly, vividly on the wall where I have double shadows. This is the state's engineered light, and that is on no day and no way sunlight. And by the way, sunlight is also not projecting in this regard, creating laser beams of light through windows and creating what you're looking at that I've shown you inside of the venues of Upland Public Library and Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. This is understanding that which is necessary to recognize the state's pattern of conduct. Touching surfaces with light, it's demonic. The pattern of conduct is underway, so this is understanding the purpose and engaging in this. And not only that, it's not even realistic, okay? Sunlight does not do that, and it's not shooting, it's not both over the building. You're acting like that's the sun, but then you're acting like it's necessarily beside the window, and it's projecting light horizontally onto the wall behind me while it's also creating two of my shadows. I don't think so. This is the environment that these demons are in while they are stalking indeed in the private space, while they are stalking indeed at that venue. All right. So that's what I want to point out. I just want to spell that out for a second. I'm going to take a picture of these windows on the side of the library that is facing Arrow. This is the area where I'm in, where these old biddies are knitting, and this is supposed to be the forum whereby you're not supposed to see the viciousness of Satan, as they are demon possessed, I guess, so they're hiding behind knitting patterns and stuff. It doesn't matter what you look like, and this is what I'm saying is necessary when you're governing, when you're prosecuting, monitoring, the elements govern. It doesn't matter whoever it is that they think that they are with regard. There is no one, none. For they have no credibility. I've shown the environment that they're in. But you're talking about demons that are relying on form. They are counting on. I mean, they are betting on. They lost the bet a long time ago. I am not only prosecuting, I am revealing psychopaths. All right, and that's going to go toward their corporate punishment. All right. So you have what is the state aiming light onto the wall while these biddies are over here group stalking, monitoring somebody in the bathroom, okay, and maintaining presence, and doing so with knitting patterns like it's going to make them look less like a third party. 5:10 p.m. Let me get this license plate coming out of the parking garage of the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. Creates light activity. Driving under the state's light source, PHA2FB, a red Volkswagen. It's a white female. It's 5:10 p.m. All right, I did take a picture of that just so you can recall that it's clearly in the video, but this is just me. I'm prosecuting, so I'm showing what is the thoroughness of my observations and what the state is doing, and helping anyone understand what the state is doing and what it is necessarily doing with that which is not the sun and that which is not sunlight. You have what is aiming light horizontally through that window space inside of that room. And also what I am showing is the state's fake sun over that same location after going to the opposite side of this building in order for me to capture it while I step outside of the entrance to capture the fake sun at 4:45. You have what is a maintenance over the same parking lot while I'm inside of the computer lab, and I go through the window to show you the fake sun. The state's fake sun is over that same parking lot, okay? And that's because I am at that parking lot. And again, you're going to recall Upland, 4:45 p.m., D Street, aiming what is directed light and aiming it in front of the bathroom door, speaking to the predator. The very thing that I am documenting is exactly what it is. 7WZK560. I'm sorry, I said 7. I think it's 6. Excuse me. It starts with a 6. Anyway, it's 5:12 p.m. and that is P.O.C. 8WKG867, 6ZPB977, 7WYY044, 8TPW700, 8WXU543. That's audible activity. 8TDB487. DLND Heart RS 8HTY182 8PBT494 8WUW653 OLTOM 7 PBR 350. All right, and again, this is one entity and it's one demonic entity engaging and monitoring together. And so I want to be clear, this is documentation of the same entity that engaged in criminal summoning today, because it is hostile to my documentation of what is direct evidence of federal stalking amongst the demon-possessed. The demon-possessed engage in such shows of hostility, which are terrorizing threats, harassment by entity, and the act of criminal summoning, which is facilitation, where federal stalking is underway. You're summoning one, which is law enforcement, who is already they're already monitoring together. So I'm showing you what is piercing through the veil that's supposed to be form, and there is no form. And not only that, you have what is the arrival of the Ontario Police Department officer Jay Arnold, who engaged in kidnapping on June 18, 2021, under the fake sun. And I am intentionally referencing this while in his audible activity he is present, representing a terrorizing threat, engaging in harassment in concert with Starbucks as they are monitoring together. And let me also be clear, that is Starbucks, which is engaging in harassment because they are fearful of that, which is documentation of their egregious criminal activity. And that's the reality of it. Because the fake sign is, guess what? It's already documented remaining over 706 West Holt Boulevard. This is already a matter of record. You don't stop documenting the entity because you go to another venue. I'm showing you how the pattern of conduct is underway ceaselessly. All right? And Starbucks is a part of that entity. That same exact pattern of conduct underway and documented there. And they are engaging in the pattern of conduct as they engage in ongoing acts of harassment, criminal summoning, and sexual violence, as they did. All right? True to form. True to their demonic form. License 8LQF781 194WF handicap. Let's see, 6P.O.P.557. All of these demons are in cars in directed light. The shadows of their vehicles are magnified in size. If you pay attention to the hundreds of videos that I have, and I've been documenting this for a long time, and you're looking at the light activity, because that's what you're going to pay attention to, and this is teaching the masses about the demonic environment while a government is monitoring you, and you're looking at what is the light activity. They're driving around, walking around in magnified light. 8LQF781 is Pizza Hut. 7KWF349. They're walking around in what is directed light with multiple shadows. These are the details that you pay attention to. 7ZKH280. All right, while they're engaging in monitoring, and if you're aware of it and you document it while you're documenting a hostile demon and who is in directed light. Okay, 7APU523. 5ZKJ908. 6MIF941. 8NOT758. 6ELC484. 8HIZ753. It's 3:15 p.m. And the state is maintaining incessant plane engine. That's audible activity while I'm walking at Arrow and Sierra. While directed light surrounds, they are driving by and their shadows are like 6 feet tall. These are demons, first of all. It's a demonic environment, and they're creating light activity while they move around in directed light. They're creating light activity with their turn signals, their brake lights, their reverse lights, their hazard lights. That they are creating what is ongoing audible activity, which the state is amplifying. That's exactly what the state did with AMR ambulance sounding their sirens. They're creating activity. All right. It is 1420032. Directed light in front of the bus. And Satan turns on the hazards on bus number 1289 as I read their license plate. And they're on traffic cameras, so you would see that on the traffic cameras as well. Turning on their hazards. There's no train station there. They're turning their hazard lights on as I recite their license plate, and directed light appears in front of the bus while they're driving in the shade, by the way. Okay? Driving south, and the state's fake sun is over the building, and they are entering in the shade and directed light in front of the bus. That's knowledge that they're being documented. 8SOF572. 8HCW823. Go ahead. License plate 7CJS125. 8WHC503. Yeah, go. 8JBP847. Yeah, I read his license plate already. It is 5:17 p.m. 7DWD014. Oh my goodness, the demons are having I believe, some sort of religious gathering. It's audible activity and directed light into the fake sun. It is 814-6372. PZK067, 8WSR417, 4KTS321, I believe. 8TCM591, 7ZZM950, 7AEZ377, 6PGE512, 5TMY348, 6M17987. Edwin's Towing. Look like it's off of Valley Boulevard. They're monitoring. Valley Boulevard meaning the address listed on that tow truck. 8BIK524. Because I am on Sierra Avenue. Omnitrans 1590904. PSI2T. MIZ306, 6PSH. $296. NWH083, 4MFT055, 5RBX, 868, BT42U78, that's paper, 7SAS931, 7BXC998, 8TBF035, 7MGC289, 6URV578, fake sun directly over me at Sierra and Valencia. RAUDIS6, 8UBBA734. State's fake sun is just moving south, keeping in alignment with me as I walk on Sierra Avenue. 8GWH911. And I think I already read that license plate earlier. But just in case, 6PSV170. 7ZNJ807. 7P, hold on, 7 Paul Mary, 7 Paul Mary Wendy 950. Sorry, I couldn't see that one. It's 5:21 p.m. I knew it'd bring a minion. License 7UNX053, 8JMJ916, 4ZLK557, 8SEB879, 8FXR872, 8VNL335, 7ZAX839, excuse me. 8CTT600, 5TUE066, 8MPG, I can't really see the rest of that one, 7EGL415, 8GGY952, 8GKP305, 7LJ, can't really see that one, but I want to show you directed light that's just appearing in the middle of the street. They're crossing path over it. This is the maintenance of light in the shade. I took pictures of it, more than one, because as they are driving over it, that's a creation of light activity. And this is another central aspect of the state's conduct. This is the state's engineered light that it's placing on the surface in the middle of the street. And this is shade that you're seeing, all right? The state's fake sun is waiting for me at the corner of Orange Way and Sierra, all right? But you have what is the placement of directed light. This is the same conduct what I showed you inside of the library today. Just place light on the carpet and on the chair, and it has the pattern of the blinds. That's not sunlight, and that is not the trajectory of sunlight. It is not bending downwards and then horizontally through that window. All right, that's impossible light activity. This is what the state does. It just touches all over, and it's the ability to recognize that pattern. And this is while they're driving over that light, okay, and then maintaining presence. That's what this demon is doing with music and standing on the sidewalk. And directed light is touching on the ground. She's stalking with the state. It is currently 5:24 p.m. Let me get... So I did take pictures of that. You're going to look at what is that. That's called directed light. 8FBC242. CL18 handicap. 25787N2. 8VHK573. 8HMP255. United States Postal Service. 7HWL762. 8WWL370, 8SED650, 8JGD097, 7VVP719, 8POY311. All right, I want to take a picture of what is the state's fake sun as well. Give me a second. I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. All right, I took pictures so that you can see I'm standing at the corner of Sierra and Orange Way. And what you are listening on my podcast in the background, this is the elements, all right? As you have a group stalker playing music, that's called audible activity. Okay, what is the distraction that demons rely on? That you like the song, that it's catchy. Even if you don't like it, it's a distraction, okay? It's called audible activity. Noise, something you can hear. While the state's fake sun is present, that's light, all right? While they are maintaining movement in that light, that's called light activity, all right? And you also have what is, they are present. You're necessarily present to play music. You're necessarily present to drive past. This is group stalking, while the state is stalking by plane and helicopter as well, and by law enforcement, right? Those are the elements of monitoring, first of all. And you have what is, that's the P.O.C that you're listening to, and that's what I am documenting on a constant basis. I am showing you scenario after scenario after scenario of the ongoing pattern of conduct and the elements as they are underway. So what I took a picture of the state's fake sun, which is at the intersection of Orange and Sierra after remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. That's exactly what the state just did. Moved from over the library and went right back to the train station. License 8LCA627. And you have what is, first of all, the shade that you're seeing on the street. And the reason why I took a picture of it is because I want you to see what is blatant, just touching of the street with light. The state is placing light there. This is telling on every third party that's driving over that light. It's there for their purpose. That's direct evidence against the minions. All right? What the state does convicts third parties. What third parties do is engagement in the state's pattern of conduct. They are vicariously acting on behalf of the state. All right, where third parties are engaging in any physical or harassment, anything that you can document, it's the government that's doing it. They're engaging in the state's government pattern of conduct, and they are exposing everybody to prosecution for that because it is group conduct on behalf of a government. Okay, I want to document Omnitrans is patrolling, and directed light is the ongoing method of terrorism by Omnitrans while they are crossing path. This is not the sun. This is not sunlight, and that is also not logical light activity that's going to result while it's streaming in front of your bus, streaming on the side back toward me while you're turning on the street, like the sunlight is a laser bouncing off of your vehicle. Okay, this is P.O.C. I want to document that. So it's 5:27 p.m. and what I took a picture of is the placement of directed light in the middle of the street, and you're seeing what is the shade, and that line is just appearing just a random line of light in the on the asphalt. That's maintaining a light on the surfaces around me. That's what that is. All right, that is telling on the third parties and what they're doing. That's the significance of that. But I also like to show how, look at what, like, I also like to show, like, WTH, what the hell is this? How do you explain this, right? You can't explain it. It's demonic, first of all. And it is that of a demented stalker. Stalking with elements, stalking with an environment, all right? Stalking with noise, all right? While they are listening to every move you make, including if your stomach starts growling and they don't expect that somebody will make a noise, something is going to sound it. That's stalking with activity. That's a psychopath. Okay, that's a psychopath. You prosecute for that. That's an impermissible threat while the people of the state engage in that demented group activity, while the government itself engages in that demented activity. That's the P.O.C. That is exactly what they do on a constant basis. Anyway, it's 5:28 p.m. And the state's fixed sun follows back as I walk south, remaining in alignment with me, changing the color of its fake sun. Not only is it counterintuitive, you're talking about this is the failure to engage in anything. I mean, you're not, how are you even over the Upland Public Library on D Street right now? Which you are, you don't have an argument, I already documented it. And how are you over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library entrance right now? Aiming light, and you're there because that's why their directed light is there, right? You're acting like that's sunlight too, all right? This is the evidence for the prosecution of the public entity. This is what the state does, and this is the desperate stalker. This is the desperate stalker. This is the predator that follows you inside of the bathroom. It's not funny at all. I'm gonna prosecute for it. That's why I'm gonna prosecute so severely. That's why I'm laughing. Okay, but it's not funny. It's not funny at all. But you're talking about prosecuting, and that desperation is their own downfall. Okay, it's your own downfall. It is 5:29 p.m. at the Fontana Metrolink Train Center, and this is P.O.C. Well, let me document 1545797, stalking with peculiarized light. They don't have any form. Being at the bus stop, being at the train station is no form. The fake sun directed light is here. You are looking at the pattern of conduct underway. 1479146, Omnitrans, stalking with peculiarized light. It's 5:30 p.m. All right, license 1535516, I believe that is. I'll see in a second. It's 531 1535546. That is the Route 10 directed light, fanning across behind the bus while it turns west onto orange. Absolutely ridiculously impossible light activity. This is the conduct of demons, though. Okay, those are the engagements in the elements, and it's also the hostility as it is communicated through the very demented conduct. It's 5:32 p.m. That's Omnitrans. 7 CEP 417. All right, molestation by Omnitrans 1545682 arriving right now at 5:42 p.m. as they enter the turn circle and make a turn inside of the little plaza to park at the bus stop for 61. Lines of golden colored directed light are in front of the bus, and this is molesting my person as they cross path, and I'm seeing on the camera of the bus as well. This is molesting with directed light. This is bus number 2343. The state's fake sun is right here behind the bus. It's absolutely impossible. Directed light is on the asphalt around the bus on the ground, and the state's fake sun is in alignment with me at this Metrolink train station. That's sexual molestation by Omnitrans. That's by the entity. Omnitrans is acting on behalf of the entity, and this is at the Metrolink train station. It's 5:43 p.m. That's again license 1545682. All right, I did capture video of the hallmark of you're talking about as I document the bejesus side of this entity. They provide ongoing confirmation of their guilt, and the state surfaces with a helicopter flying, creating audible activity. The state also engages in this conduct as I heavily document third parties. And this is the inability to help. While you engage in this state conduct, you are providing the ongoing direct evidence against the third parties, okay? Because this is the state's pattern of conduct. The state is established as a stalker. I'm showing how the existence of a system in that environment, which is the signature of the state, all right? And also pursuant to the stalking conduct, you are stalking with that state that is a stalker, all right? And then you've got the stalker that services in a helicopter while I'm documenting what is the fake sun and directed light and molestation of my body. And then the sex offender flies over in a helicopter. And understand, the state is always stalking in a helicopter. They've engaged in the act of terrorism by visibly appearing in a helicopter. Understand what Satan is doing, okay? It's 5:49 p.m. and that is P.O.C. at State Facilitating Venue, Fontana Metrolink train station. All right, monitoring impossible light activity as they're crossing path. License plate 1404973, bus 1329. It's 6:02 p.m. 951 FG handicap. 8 TQS 277 7 XLC 025 8 SOG 676 8 MMD 869. W983GC 8SEB 879.
Attention, ramp is deploying.
This is all audible activity. They're monitoring. 6 PHA 106, 7 POG 367. 6V, I can't really see the rest of that one. You can scratch that. License 7ZVS 073. 8 ELD 318. 8 RJH 755. Sorry, I'm getting rearranged on the bus right here. I want to document. Let's see. 23273W1 8CDS004. BGJ S591. Excuse me. State is hovering at a commercial-sized airplane over this plaza at Marigold and Sierra. 8CDS004 is crossing path. And also leaving the Fontana Metrolink train station, 7GLT3205. The Fontana Police Department are maintaining relevant position on Sierra Avenue with lights on their vehicles. That is P.O.C. while I'm on the bus. They're monitoring while I'm at the train station already. And they are in relevant position as I cross path 8 at, I'm sorry, I can't see them, but I want to say 82227F1, but I can't see it. So you can scratch that. 8 WHP 323 7ZCL 096. 8, let me see, CD, oh, that's the same light spot. I read that one. 8 CDS 004. 8 LRR966. 5 WUP 595, I think. 8 KIL 652. 7 BPS 388. 05249K2. 8 CPC, I'm sorry, 8 PCH 636. 7 ZFJ 309. 7T 30973. 21067D2. 8 GRL 797, 7 BDF 842, 6 SWX 049. At 9720 Juniper in Fontana. That's license 6 SWX 049. 08401X2. 8 VYN 255. 8XLK306, 69244, G3, 8WWL404. It's 6:17 p.m. 70175GS, 8PZS 522, 7XRK 963.
Cypress Avenue.
And again, I'm on the 61 westbound. So that reveals the route that I'm taking. And this is the route that the state is using with directed light. 8TEC 546. The fire department. License 1409577. 8S. Oh, I can't really see that one. You can scratch that.
Holy River Avenue.
7SNY 195. 8KFX 187. I think 8KFX 187. Yeah. 43926K2. I believe I read that one already. Let me see. Passing Lemon and San Bernardino.
Citrus Avenue.
Seven ZZP 282 8AXT 425. 8E8 JL 208 7HPX 966. FedEx is crossing path. That's audible activity.
And pay up to $22 per hour. Best of all, Amazon has shifts and schedules that fit your life. Start your job search today at Amazon.com/apply. Amazon is proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Listen to that. That's audible activity. A minion speaking about another minion as their audible activity while they're monitoring. 8AXT 425. Yeah, I read that one already. 6DAP 064 7XYH 266.
Have you heard about the
And I'm referring to Omnitrans and Amazon when I'm saying minion. License 6KDY 718 8WZ. I can't really see the rest of that one.
Catawba Street.
It is 6:20 p.m. THE 646 8NMJ 145 8SVG 716 7WBZ 179, I believe. That's a Toyota Camry. Seven 8306K2.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor pulsar en la puerta trasera.
At the La Cadena Market. 8CTG 366. This is Elm Avenue. And I believe I'm still on San Bernardino Avenue. Yeah. 15446 San Bernardino Avenue, I believe. That's where I'm at, the La Cadena Market. That's the address, 15546.
Beach Avenue.
6755. I can't really see that. 7NIV 337. 7PAE 923. Couldn't see that one earlier.
Hemlock Avenue.
8DUR 704. 7CIM 964. 6CSL 685. 8U. Oh, you can scratch. I can't see that one. 4XOV 132. 8HQS 084.
Redwood Street.
California Towing, Stalking with Peculiarized Light. Using a tow truck, 65999C3.
Cherry Avenue.
RQR 433. At San Bernardino Avenue and Allman.
Hi, Omnitrans Writers. Share your moment and tag at Omnitrans in your daily commute.
Princeton Avenue. Calabash Avenue.
At Calabash and San Bernardino Avenue. Monitoring at Lineage 13553A on San Bernardino Avenue.
Commerce Drive.
They're using the trucks. They're stalking with light in the path. And you can also document as Walmart because those are trucks with the Walmart brand on them, however you want to document. But the company name's got a sign that says Lineage. They're monitoring. 8 BDK 961. State is patrolling by plane as well. BTX 6049. And I've also shown this on video, being on the bus, taking this exact same route actually in the state, maintaining relevant positioning through the window of the bus in planes. 8TX 6049. That's a Washington plate. Yeah.
And Wanda Avenue.
terrorism, documenting it right now. The state is stalking through the window with a commercial-sized airplane remaining in relevant position, monitoring with the people as I'm documenting their license plate. This is terrorism while aboard Omnitrans, which is a third-party facilitating venue, in the same way that it's terrorism while the state stalks via helicopter while I'm sitting at the Fontana Metrolink Train Center. I want to document that it's 6:28 p.m. That is the P.O.C. is terrorism, all right? This is the demon-possessed engage in federal stalking while they are engaging in what are demented, in other words, demonic methods of engaging in the elements of monitoring, light activity, and relevant positioning. But I want to be clear, it's a specific terrorizing threat while the state engages in stalking you with an airplane in concert with the people that you're documenting. So this is Omnitrans engaging in monitoring, utilizing what is the interstate commerce to engage in federal stalking. While the state is stalking an airplane visible to me through the window, this is a terrorizing threat, and it's occurring while I'm on the venue of Omnitrans, all right? That's the analytical breakdown of that. It is 6:29 p.m. TVB535, 8NZR586, 8SJM889. At Ontario Mills, this plaza, this venue, the Ontario Mills is a venue, is monitoring. The Costco Plaza across the street from the Ontario Mills is monitoring. That is BHS00073, I believe. It's a Washington plate. 8BDK961, 8YAB443, 8LVX847. And again, this patrol vehicle with license 8SJM889, PPO number 17331. State is stalking by helicopter flying over the Edwards movie theater parking lot. I'm at Franklin and 4th Street. License 7ZAL855 is monitoring with the state that's terrorizing with a helicopter. 8WQK695, the same. License, let's see, 80519A3. They're all one entity acting together. All right, license, all right, got that one already. Seven CFU 481 5GXP. Can't really see the rest of that one. 8LXV847, 8XKN043, 6CLK646. SDZ082. Of course, Amazon Prime is crossing paths. Heavily documented group stalkers. They're heavily documented terrorists, actually. That's the reality of Amazon Prime. They're group stalking at well, it's Ontario Mills, but I'll just be specific.
the Red Lobster parking lot, they are monitoring stalking with light in the parking lot. And I want to be clear, while you're on the vehicle, in any vehicle, this is why the state is flying over in a helicopter. It's flying over the bus right now, okay? 8SDZ082, which is in the lane adjacent to this bus, is monitoring. All of them in Red Lobster and Olive Garden are monitoring. They're sitting around, driving around. That's called patrolling. Sitting in the parking lot space is called stalking in the path with light. And they're all monitoring via communication devices. And the state just flew over the bus in a helicopter. And that is the third encounter with a helicopter within the hour for MWR 889. It's 6:33 p.m. Eight TSG 561 6VA. Oh, I can't see that one. 7ZFL 029. 88068K2. 8VJD 210. 6CNY 624. 4ZYM 608. 7BCW 183. Let's see. 8 LAS. I can't see that one. Or 6:34 p.m. at 4th Street, and this is Milliken, I believe. Yeah, 4th Street and Milliken, where the state just flew over the bus on Milliken and 4th by helicopter. For MWR 889, 8 PCR 468. That is applying to what is everyone in relevant position, so I'll recite who's around. 7-Eleven, Panda Express, Juice It Up, the Staples, the Chevron, El Pollo Loco, the entirety of this event that they're having in the Ontario Mills parking lot, while the state is flying over the bus, engaging in federal stalking, flying over by helicopter, stalking by planes, all right, maintaining relevant position. The people are maintaining relevant position as well. This is the same exact P.O.C, for example, as I'm showing you at the Ontario Town Square, where the same demonic environment is present, and they're having a Route 66 concert show, okay? That is the same P.O.C, and it is the demonic activity, and that's exactly what I showed, the ongoing demonic environment, while they're monitoring in the midst of what appears outwardly as just a festival. It's a gathering of demons, all right? Doesn't matter where you work, doesn't matter where you are, the pattern of conduct is underway. And like I said, the state just flew over this bus at 4th and Milliken with a helicopter. So that is P.O.C, and on the traffic cameras, you're looking at what is relevant positioning, and I'm speaking of my presence at the red light at 6:35 p.m. And the state engaging in that terrorizing conduct. They're all monitoring in traffic. This is what the reality of what the people are engaging in. 7YDS 195, 8RWK 614, 8WTH 058, 7VIX 360, I believe. Can't really say it that clearly. Tires Les Schwab, T-Mobile, McDonald's. What is this? Zaki Mediterranean Grill, Yoshinoya. All of these, they're nothing but venues. Okay, it is Concours and Milliken. 8HDV741, studying his communication device while the state is hovering over the intersection in a plane. They're monitoring together. It's currently 6:38 p.m. at Mall and Milliken. (6594592) 6YOU 635 02839 U2, I believe. Yeah.
7LJV335, 7ZKH793, 7LFV779, 49267R2. Having a monitoring party at Ontario Mills. It is, let's see, and who is this? This is Kane's. What is that? I can't see what venue that is. 7KJB683, 8KYF510, 8XEY887, I believe. 8JRC330, 6CUP607.
Service to routes 61, 81, 82, 290, and RTA.
It's 6:39 p.m. Seven ESA 877. This is patrolling as minions get on the bus. They're crossing path one after another, and outside BS06 P.O.3 paper plate. They're crossing path, maintaining presence to the McDonald's drive-thru. Relevant positioning, and they're maintaining presence, in all of these restaurants and at the car washes and inside of the mall and in the parking lot. 8WPE251, 86RKL327, 7RKM608. While the state's directed light remains present, all right, the state is stalking via aircraft, including helicopter. 7WQY603, 6RZC, can't really see the rest of them. 8VOR, can't see that rest of that one either. Let's see, 8MAB633, I believe. Six MPU 657, 8NB4. I can't really see that one though.
$22 per hour. Best of all, Amazon has ships and schedules that fit your life. Start your job search today at Amazon.com.
7UXG325. It's 6:41 p.m. Eight TOX 436, 7WYW 361. 5P11657. Says it's being driven by employee number 3351, the Caucasian male, engaging in molestation of my person with directed light as he enters the Fontana Metrolink train station. I got him on video, and apparently his employee number is 3351. License CLA2A 7RDO. Hold on, 7RDD067 EMPYR5. DE. You're right. License plate 5252382. Well, that's hilarious. I'm not even gonna read what the front of their car says. 6 WLG 961.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Por favor, usar la puerta trasera.
License 88KR567. I'm sorry, 8EEA760, 8SKR960. XFA 268, I believe. 96198R1. SSL. I can't really see the rest of them. That one's 7XFA 428. 8VGR 361. 8 RZN 506, 6 WLG 961, 8 WYJ 225, 8 AKR 567, 8 NNM 108. YKF 044.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Por favor, usar la puerta
CDS
trasera.
533.
Location is coming soon. Visit us at 215 Philadelphia Street on August 28th and receive an extra $50 bonus coupon on your plasma donation. $750 first in donations.
They're monitoring on the cameras at Mobile at the intersection of Archibald and Inland Empire. They're stalking with light in the gas cells of that Mobile gas station. License 8GTW 646, 8VTK 526, I believe. 8VKT. That's the beginning of that license plate. 7JDP 117, 7VSH 860, 5. Can't really see that one. 6VVM 468, I believe.
also monitoring at the ARCO on the opposite side of the street, but I just happen to be on the driver's side of the bus. I'm looking at the P.O.C. as they're engaging in it, maintaining light and presence. They're doing so by sitting in the gas stalls with their headlights aimed toward the bus, crossing path. Seven CGW 678. Eight VQA 890. 62758T2.
Amazon is offering sign-on bonuses up to $3,000 and up to $22 per hour. Start your job search at Amazon.com/live.
6MK. I can't really see the rest of them. Let's see. 8GCH485. $62758T2. Yeah, I read that one. People are monitoring on the 10 freeway. It's 6:51 p.m. Clean street, Stalking with peculiarized light at the intersection of Terminal Way, entering the Ontario Airport. License plate LM28850. That's an out-of-state plate. It's red, white, and blue. I can't see what state that is, but it's 1M2885U. Let's see, 5. I can't really see that one. Hold on. Monitoring at the Ontario Airport. They engage in relevant positioning with their vehicles, and they all have on their hazard lights. All right, and this is what the people, the entity relies on, the type of venue that it is, and it is unassumed. But this is the elements of monitoring, and it is underway. And they are monitoring at the Ontario Airport, stalking with light as they are maintaining presence in the path. All of them maintaining light, all of them with their hazard lights on, okay? While they're parked in front of China Airlines Avianca, parked in front of Frontier Volaris, Alaska. They're monitoring over here. Baggage claim terminal number 2, baggage claim terminal, number 2. This is, what is that? RBI? I can't see that. 6ZVJ, hold on, 6VZJ959. And you've got directed light
the shadow of the bus, it is pacing ahead of the bus, all right? I've shown you this, for example. This is the example I want to use because it's a vivid example. As the shadow moves forward and it repeatedly engages in this moving forward, a shadow that is moving outside of what the bus is moving. The shadow would be stationary as the bus is in motion. The shadow is repeatedly engaging and pacing. That is through directed light. The state is using directed light and creating a pacing motion with the shadow. License plate. I can't see that one. This is definitely monitoring at the Ontario airport. Monitoring at the American, at Hawaiian, Southwest. You hear him, he's telling you where we're at. They're monitoring. Ontario Police, vehicle number 1866A, Terminal 4, baggage claim. They're monitoring. Police vehicle, I can't see the license plate, 1929A, it's a white pickup truck. They're monitoring. CP94468, I believe. That's a large coach. Stalking with peculiarized light. And this bus is under directed light. That's why the shadow of the bus is pacing forward. You can see the rear view mirror on the side of the bus. It's repeatedly crossing path with me. That's impossible light activity, okay? You do that with directed light that you're aiming repeatedly over and over again. This is the maintenance of the environment on a bus, okay? Monitoring with them 8SMX, 886. I can't really see that one that clearly though. P.O.C. It's 8:56 p.m. and that was monitoring at the Ontario airport. All kind of federal laws included with that, intersecting with that. The Ontario airport is nothing but a venue. LBG 804. P.O.A 417.
Airport Drive to the moment.
RNY 608. YVZ 690.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Sí. Favor, usar la puerta trasera.
Vineyard Avenue.
Two 3645 K2. Monitoring at the Quick Mart at Vineyard and Holt Boulevard. They're maintaining presence and light activity at that gas station. It's federal stalking on the surveillance cameras. There's a Starbucks next to it, monitoring. There's Jack in the Box at 1840, monitoring. The 76 at the intersection of Holt and Vineyard, they're monitoring. At the Circle K, the 76 gas, they're monitoring. It is 6:59 p.m.
At Grove and Holt Boulevard.
Please remember.
6 UUP 112. 7 CYC 5. I can't really see the rest of them. I want to say 586, but I'm not sure. You can scratch that. It's 7:01 p.m. Seven MXE 051. 8 GPK 275. 6 HTR 524. 7 KYN 619.
Copermont Street.
Seven JXR 318.
Street.
7 WER 661. Monitoring at the Dollar General at Holt and Allen/Bonneview. They're in the parking lot and on the surveillance cameras inside of that venue. Outside in the parking lot, they're monitoring. Stalking with light, that's Lyft.
Campus Avenue.
LYFT, that third party is utilizing Lyft as a brand while engaging in federal stalking. J8R21, handicap 7AMM015. Eight 3478 72, I believe. 5 NWY 196 FJ882 handicap. That's the correct license plate. FJ882. That's a handicap plate.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
It's currently 7:04 p.m. 8 VMB 997.
Ontario Civic
Monitoring at
Centre
B&G
Transfer
Plazas, of
Station,
course.
Connecting to Route 61 and 83.
At Lemon and Holt Boulevard. This has been P.O.C. turning on their blinders at Plum and Holt on the traffic cameras while the bus is crossing path with that street, stalking with light. 7:04 p.m. Alright, and the bus that I'm on, subject to federal stalking, this is the same one that molests as they arrive at the Fontana Metrolink train station. This again is bus number 1545682, driven by the Caucasian male. And this bus is armed with surveillance cameras showing all of them of whom are engaging in federal stalking on the bus, engaging in criminal facilitation. This is molestation. All of the pattern of conduct is underway and they are all engaging in it together while they're on the bus. And the camera is also documenting traffic outside of the bus in relevant position. This is bus number 2343. It's 7:06 p.m. License plate 7XCN781. They're all driving in directed light. Remember that. 8UOG842. And Omnitrans is still loitering in relevant position. You can hear the bus. It's amplified. And also I'm surrounded in directed light. They're monitoring even as they do that with the brakes, okay? It's called audible activity. All right, I'm about to document all these demons in the drive-thru of Andy's Burgers. 8. Hold on. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 shadows around me. Andy's Burgers is monitoring. Exiting the back exit. This is a Latino male with his apron on, hanging on his shoulder, green hat on. He's monitoring. 8RR8237. 8SJV793. 8VVX310. 8PQW705. Okay. And 8WIN369. 7PPY3
91. This one is, let's see, 8RDM933. This one is 4SZX875, 8JNK215, 7GCJ089. Seven TKU440, 8 ROK394, 8 LML998. They're on the cameras inside of the B&G Plaza, loitering in the parking lot, stalking with light. The female, she's crossing path in the B&G parking lot. It's currently 7:09 p.m. 8 DDU724. And this one over here is license plate 92700R2. This one right here, hold on. This is license 8DDU724. And waiting to touch, this female is license 4HAK647, 6NXF411, 8RVC308, 7J12491, 8FOY393. 7ZYY125, 6HZY993, 8TPZ734, 8TTG211. And this one, the state is touching with her, right? They're molesting together. 8ENN672. Stalking in the parking lot on the cameras of the B&G Plaza. 7BTB875. That's a demon-possessed stalker in the darkness of the parking lot, stalking with light using that vehicle. 8NRE572. And by virtue of her presence, which is vicarious stalking with the government, you're witnessing her presence as she's engaging in sexual molestation of my person as well. 6ASW579, while she sits in relevant position. He or she sits in relevant position. 7ZDZ684. 8P12439. It's 7:11 p.m. See, license 61182Y2, 7JBH182. 6ZIW603. It's 7:11 p.m. on the cameras of B&G Plaza. 8NGW521. This is audible activity and directed light. That's the conduct of a demon. All right, license 6DL, but I can't even see the rest of it, so you can scratch that. 8UYE291, I believe. 8KMF356. 7WDB197. I can't see that license plate. 8PYK585. And that activity, while that motorcycle cross path is facilitating activity for those that are remaining over here in relevant position, driving by the license plates, in other words, that I'm reading, they're monitoring to that noise. All right, in directed light. That's why I'm surrounded by directed light. And the state amplifies everything. License 46715F2. License 84502A3. It's 7:16 p.m. Oh gosh, license plate 8 DDU724. I believe I read these all right. Just making sure. 92700R2. That's stalking with activity as I press a button. All right, documenting minions. The same demonic entity under the age of 18. This is relevant to terrorism by those who are under 18, and that's why they will not avoid prosecution. There's no shelter from engaging in threatening the life of an American citizen and thinking that because you're under 18, you're not going to be prosecuted for it, or you have some shelter from prosecution. Psych. I don't think so. You're looking at those demons as they cross path on their skateboards. They are intentionally doing so in that environment. It is the same malicious demonic entity acting. The same entity that's stalking by plane and helicopter is monitoring me to that activity that those minions intentionally create. 7GCJ089. JNK215. And that is what I'm showing you. You are encountering what is demonic activity. Do not be deceived by the age of the actor, by the appearance of the actor, all right? By the way that the actor conducts himself outside of when they are engaging in belligerence and outright verbal threats, physical threats, etc. But do not be in any way deceived. You are dealing with a spirit. That's what demonic activity is about. 7NMY267. That's a demon coming from the back alley of Emporia, creating audible activity. Directed light surrounds, just like I showed you those little minions on skateboards. This is another tactic of the same P.O.C. It's 7:19 p.m. LGG451, 6MCS178. It's 7:19 p.m. License plate 6U 94938. At the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, it's 7:20 p.m.
This is the state patrolling over the museum, engaging in monitoring activity creation while I just turned off my mobile network. So like I'm clearing my cache, clearing my browser history and all this stuff. As I engage in doing that on my phone, they always engage in sounding activity. This is activity creation. They're monitoring, and they also do this, which results in interruption of internet connectivity access, slowing down of the internet. I just want to document that's 9:07 p.m. and it is also pursuant to what is the stalking with activity. So with simultaneity to my operation, engaging in that operation on my phone, they're engaging in activity creation while the state is stalking via aircraft at the Ontario Museum of History and Art. It's 9:07 p.m. It's P.O.C.